meeting we ran out of time to handle any water and sewer questions, so the first thing we're going to do is go through sewer and water questions, and I think the first people that we're going to ask are the selectmen, obviously, if they have any follow-up questions on water and sewer, and then we'll open up to the public. Brian, or Bill?
Good evening to our guests who are not from town. The question I had as a carryover, and I thought of it after as I left, probably should have been more apparent that evening, the last meeting, was the hydraulic modeling for the well fields that would need to increase capacity. Is there a plan, and what is that plan for empirical testing? I'm just trying to get a sense of when it would be known to the community, the water company, and the consultants that those wells are indeed still capable of those yields.
It's a very good question. We've based it on historical data, pump tests that were conducted at these sites when the well fields were developed. As part of the permitting process, there needs to be pump tests that identify what those capacities are for these facilities. Nothing, from my knowledge, has been done to date, or more recent, I guess. Let's put it that way. So what can be done? There are options relative to increasing capacity at these well fields. There's cleaning and relining existing wells, and you could also conduct replacement wells or place new wells next to where these existing wells are. Prior to doing that, likely there will be some pump testing that's required. And if that's not the case, you also have sites available. What they have are permitted, or they have sites that are available to the Milford Water Company. Whether it's a replacement well or a new well, you're probably just looking at different permitting perspectives to be able to get that water to your distribution system.
I guess the question was one, and I should have framed it differently. The question is one that would the community know prior to their vote if those well fields are capable of the yields that were shown on the presentations prior to voting?
On the historical data, yes. Whether or not there's new pump tests that are conducted, I'm not sure you'll have more updated information. Is
it fair to say, and I've talked to people in the water business, but I want to make sure I understand it correctly, is it fair to say wells that yielded X 10 years ago might not yield that today?
Has it happened before? Likely yes. Is it the case here? Unknown.
So it's an unknown. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I just want to follow up because I spoke to David after the question, and I wanted to make sure that he stressed one part of it correctly. Absolutely, Bill. You won't know prior to the time the vote is taken that those wells will generate that historical yield, but you do know you can sink, if you needed to, additional wells. It would cost the developer more to do it, and those additional wells would in fact get that yield that you want. More costly, permitting is a little bit longer, still works within the construction timeline, but as to the specific answer, no, you won't know for certain. Probably, but not for certain, additional wells can be drilled that will give you that yield.
And maybe I'm just struggling to understand the answer. If we drop new wells in where old wells couldn't produce that yield, in theory, how is it known ahead of time that they will? I'm back into the same position. I'm trying to give some comfort to say, based on the modeling, and in part it's a result of Dave Condry's response to this community and this forum, that it's just not known whether those wells will produce those theoretical yields.
The conversation, and I know that Dave Condry's here today, the conversation we had with regards to the Dilla Street wells is that those wells were capable of producing that a while back in the early 80s. What changed was the wells themselves. They were smaller wells, and they went in and developed 2 wells. So there were multiple wells there prior to, they went with 2 larger wells. That's not to say that you cannot go in and put in 2 replacement wells in addition to an additional well to in an attempt to obtain additional water from that site, from that source.
What about Godfrey Brook?
Godfrey Brook, one of the wells, I do know based on the reports that we had from recent cleaning and relining, or recent cleanings of those wells, is that one of those wells is at the end of its useful life. The casing in and of itself is beginning to deteriorate, so, or showed signs of deterioration. So if that's the case, you could put in a replacement well there that should bump up the capacity of that site as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Chairman, if I could just add one thing. So the project is only looking for about 30% of the extra capacity left in those wells under the permit. So it wouldn't be a question of us trying to get everything that used to be produced from those wells. It would only be a fraction of what used to be produced. So right now the challenge you have is that the wells degrade over time. They produce less and less, not because the aquifer or the supplying source is reduced. It's just because pores get clogged up, extraction mechanisms get clogged up. So we'd look to replace all those. And what we would do is commit to producing the water, not necessarily committing to a particular path. We will guarantee that we will find the water, or else we won't get the project.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is, I guess, do the math, get there, say if they produce a fraction of what's needed, with a community that's in a perpetual state of being told, some type of water ban or being told when they can water their flowers, that I just want to make sure that the experts feel comfortable that we can get the yields that we're looking for and still supply the existing residents. And I know that was the caveat that the Milford Water Company manager, Mr. Condrey, had as a concern first and foremost, and I share that concern.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, just to piggyback on top of what Sean said, the Godfrey Brook and the Dilla Street wells, as we discussed both last week and today, they're not producing what they're capable of. If you were able to get every drop that's permitted, you'd be at over almost 500,000 gallons per day more than what you're permitted. So, for example, right now you're capable of producing about 3 million gallons per day from the facilities and the sources that you have now. You're permitted to produce up to 0.4 million gallons per day more than that right now.
Right.
If you were to provide or upgrade these facilities to their maximum capacity, you'd then have 3.8 MGD, which is another 0.4 above and beyond what you're permitted. But I know it doesn't answer your question relative to what we can, or do we know exactly what we can get with improvements? At this point, it's unknown.
At the end of the day, that's really the question. How do we bridge the gap between theoretical models and empirical data? And would that empirical data be available to the community before they voted? And I think I have the answer.
Okay.
Clear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the selectmen? If not, we'll go to the public. Hearing no objection, as they say. I think the first question is from card number 3, Tom Bordolini. Is he here today? Okay. The next water question is from Mike Phillips. Okay. Joseph Castellino. Castellino, I think, it's hard to read the handwriting. 227 Overton Street? No? Okay. Kyle Connors? Bob Renagan? Pass, thank you. Tom Russ, 3 Craft?
My name's Tom Russ, through Craft Road in Milford. I just have a very, very difficult time fathoming why you folks want to come to this town and push the resources we have to the very margins of their capability. If I understand this thing correctly, when all is said and done, we'll have a buffer of maybe 800,000 to 1 million gallons a day after Foxwoods extracts what they want, their 250,000 gallons or whatever it's going to be. Where does that leave us as far in terms of the potential growth for any other industry or any other development in this town? And I can't understand why you folks think that we should go along with giving it all, putting all our eggs in one basket, so to speak, and giving it all to Foxwoods. This is not a gambling town. You could talk to most people around here, you know, they just can't see it. Where is this coming from? Why didn't you go to Bolton? Or why didn't you go somewhere where you could develop your own water sources, your own roadways, your own energy sources, and create what you want instead of having to come to our town?
I can speak a little bit to the water issue. As far as what we're taking up of the available supply to serve future development, what we're looking for is a small percentage of what's available, and well below what the town has used in the past. As far as the motivation for picking Milford, I know this has been identified by the Foxwoods team and by David Nunes as a great location and something that's consistent with the Gaming Commission's expectations, so that's all I can offer on that.
I just might ask or add, while I appreciate the thought going into it, I really got to tell you, this whole water situation, given the situation that this town is in, right now we're at level 2 conservation. We've had maybe, what, 2-3 inches of rain this month so far. It's not going to be long before we're back into level 3. It just is difficult to understand why we should be exercising severe conservation efforts while you folks are going to get another 250,000 gallons of our water for the purpose of making money. Thank you.
Tom, just to add what was discussed at the meeting last week, the difficulty and the conservation methods that have been imposed on the town aren't imposed because of water supply. They're imposed on an across-the-board basis by the state. There's more than enough water. The state won't allow that water to be used in all communities. It's an across-the-board situation. So if you'd listen to, and I got lost in the shuffle at the last presentation, if you listen to Sean's presentation, that restriction, for instance, on irrigating your lawns is a state-imposed restriction. The water company's got enough water to do that. The state won't let them. The state won't let the town do that. So, I think we need to keep that in mind. There's a state mandate rather than just a what's available. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Why do you suspect that the state mandated that? Because we are potentially in trouble here. And all it takes is one long, extended dry spell. And I got to tell you, I hope they shut your water off before they shut mine off. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Brickley, 433 East Main.
Hi, I just wanted to speak to what Tom was just talking about, the fact that as a concerned resident, I just don't think that we really have the water to use for a project like this. I mean, at the last week's meeting, we had heard about the fact that, we're going to be tapping into these extra wells that we have available. I just don't think it's right that just for one project, we should tap out pretty much everything that's available for the town of Milford in terms of future development. And I just don't think it's a good idea. I just think that it should be, appropriated a different way, not just for one developer like Foxwoods. I mean, I personally don't think we should have a casino in the town anyway. I mean, the traffic issues we talked about already, I mean, it's the wrong town for it. And as far as the water goes, I mean, back in the early 2000s, we had a drought here in Milford. It lasted about 18 months. And I mean, we had like stage 3 water conditions for like that whole period of time. It was a long time.
Understood.
But it would be very, very easy, as I think Tom was trying to convey here, that we could easily go to a stage 3 again, possibly even a stage 4, just by the nature of weather. And, I just think we should look at it more realistically in terms of, how we decide to go ahead and put everything online in terms of all the water availability we have just for one project. It doesn't make any sense.
Understood. Thank you. Steve, can we hold the applause down? We all know where everybody stands, so, let's try to get some information here rather than this act, please. Steve? Steve's not going to, okay, I guess he's taking a pass. Rob Mitchell? Thank you, Rob.
Actually, it's John Seaver. I'm substituting for Rob, if that's okay. I'm John Seaver from 7 Debbie Lane, and I think we really need some clarity on this water issue, and what we really need is just some simple math. And if you give me a minute, I've done the simple math. The state tells us how much water we can take out of the ground. It's a black and white number. The amount of water we have in the ground is not what's important. It's what the state says. And that number for the next 5 years is 3.14 million gallons per day. That's our ceiling. We can't go over it. Hypothetically, you can ask the state to go over it, but that's a hypothetical question. And you don't know the answer any more than I do. So we're going to deal with reality now. Let me just finish the simple math. The ceiling is 3.14 million gallons per day, and we use 2.86 gallons per day right now. That's the 8-year average, and all these numbers came from Foxwoods and confirmed by David Confrey. Does anybody question any of those numbers at the moment? No. The ceiling and our current usage. You subtract the two, and that leaves 280,000 gallons per day available for everything else. That's simple math, but it's real. Now, that little availability, how much does Foxwoods need for the casino? Anybody know? Sean Ridden, you know it's 270,000 gallons per day. All of it. All of it.
Correct.
But David Gonzalez said last week that a town like Milford should save 1/3 of a million gallons in reserve, which means about 330,000 gallons as well. So out of our little 280,000 gallons, we need 270 for the casino, 330 for reserves, for unknown contingencies, and then for everything else in the town of Milford, which is really what I want to talk about. The Foxwoods water analysis has ignored everything else in Milford. This is what they've ignored, and these are all things that are pending in Milford. They ignored the 71 homes that are going to be built up at Beaver Pond, all going to need water. They ignored the 83 homes at Walden Woods. They ignored the Milford Hospital's patient expansion and emergency room, as well as the new health center down on Route 140. They all need water. They ignored the assisted living facility being built on 109. They ignored the new addition that the nursing home has begun to discuss. And they've ignored the American Athletic Club, which now will be viable when the sewer goes up Route 16. Those are just the top 7 or 8 things that I know about. And believe me, I could give you a list even larger. Now remember, this is for over the next 5 years, there's going to be other additions to the residential growth and commercial and so forth. So I guess the question is, why hasn't Foxwoods conducted an all-inclusive, comprehensive study of our capacity and water demand? Because that's really what's needed. Not just can you fit the casino in this little gap. Now, and finally, I just want to say this. I know about the 5%. That's not going to be enough. And I know that, I don't understand why you haven't included all the other things going on in Milford. It's just, to me, it doesn't make any sense. It's like ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room and just focusing on what you're interested in. I'll leave it there.
Good.
What I can offer there is that the Milford Water Company, their consultants, the town's independent consultants, and us who are qualified to evaluate water systems all concur that a reasonable amount of space is available under the permit, under the production capacity, and under the safe yields to make sure that future demand is consistent with your needs and that the project won't create any negative impacts.
Just to add to that as well, coming into our evaluation, and we did this for the town, on behalf of the town, the concern was, and there was people that had voiced their concerns relative to the 3.14 that you had referred to. We made it a point in our evaluation to talk to the DEP. We had a conversation, conference call. It involved both the town's consultant, Ty and Bond. It involved Dave Condrey at the Milford Water Company and several members of the Mass DEP. It wasn't a hypothetical. It wasn't per se a hypothetical question. It was that there is a potential large user, regardless of if. And again, from our point of view, is whether it's the development or another large user, there is a large user that would like to come in that could potentially impact what the Milford Water Company and the town have for reserve capacity. Are there means to amend the 3.14, which is the upcoming 5 years from 2014 to 2019? And what we were told were there are mechanisms in place to make adjustments to that number. That number is not, it is binding per the permit, but there is room for improvement or room for modifications to that number. That number can potentially be increased. And that's what we were told by the DEP. And that is what we used as our evaluation, for the purposes of our evaluation.
I think Stu Downs at 2 Berkeley. Stu, are you here?
Good evening, Stu Downs, 2 Berkeley Road. I've got 2 questions tonight, but the first one was for David Condrey with the Milford Water Company. I don't know whether David's here, though. Okay, David, great. Last meeting, I got the impression that you weren't sure whether the Milford Pond wells would yield their historical level. And so you left me wondering if they didn't, and given that the permit level could be raised in the future. I'm wondering what the Milford Water Company would have to do next after fixing the Milford Pond wells to get more water. I mean, are there plans in place now? Have you got a rough idea? You know, would you do wells, or would you take more out of Echo Lake? And do you have enough capacity for the new water treatment facility, or would that need expansion?
The new facility itself is designed based on the original.
David, why don't you come up to the come forward?
Just to address the last question about the new facility, the new facility was designed with the same capacity as the old, so there's no additional water needed for the treatment facility, and the treatment facility can't produce any more water than the original one did, so it's just over 5 million MGD a day. As far as Clark's Island, we're looking at Clark's Island first, mainly because of the limitations we have in the wintertime for Clark's Island. We have done some studies of the original wells as they were put in, some of the soils and the granular impacts around the soils of that particular well, and we currently have scheduled for sometime in September, October, trying a new form of well, which was a horizontal well as opposed to going down in a vertical well. From the information that we gathered, we're anticipating 400 gallons a minute from that one horizontal well. This, again, it's anticipated just based on the information that they have, the data that we have. If that, in fact, does work out, we're going to try another one to get us back to the full capacity or the original capacity of Clark's Island. With this newer technology that's out, if this horizontal well does work out, you know, we're looking at Godfrey Brook, and then we're going to be looking at Dilla Street. So the company's intention is to look within the current well fields that it has now, rather than going out and trying to find new sources. They have looked in the past, they just didn't pan out the way they were hoping. And the last place that they were looking was actually in another community. So there was all types of other inter-basin transfer issues that come up as far as taking water from one community to another. But that's what we have planned. Even before the casino was coming, we knew we needed to try to redevelop the gravel wells, the ground sources, because of the increasing limitations that they're putting on the surface waters.
Okay, thank you. I guess my feeling is that if the Foxwoods water estimate is off and if the wells don't produce their historical level, or even if everything is at parity and we're just on the cusp of having enough water for the casino and for Milford, then the next user that comes along that needs more water, we're going to be looking for new wells or new sources. And at that point, the Foxwoods folks have basically invested the minimum amount of money and have purchased their water. And now the town is left with the water company, a private water company, deciding whether to capitalize, raise the permit level with the regulatory authorities' approval. They raise that level, they develop new wells, new sources, and then there's a discussion between, what the new capitalization is and whether that gets passed on as part of the new water rates. So I can see a situation playing out over the next, 3 to 5 years where Foxwoods gets its water at a relatively inexpensive cost, and then Milfordians end up paying for the required capacity in the future, either based on the water rates or with a one-time access fee. And that's what's bothering me a little bit, that the casino may be getting water based on the incremental cost to them versus the true impact cost to the community. Thank you.
Is that a question or a statement?
Statement. Implied question.
In response to that, I think if this were an as-of-right development, you'd probably be looking at the same density for an office park or something like that. So that would be a water user just like the casino. Also, we would be paying the same rate as the rest of the town. So whatever we got for water, we'd be paying for water. And also, other projects may not be required to do any infrastructure improvements to support their approval. So I think, to the contrary, we're actually paying a premium above what an as-of-right development would, and certainly paying the same rate that everybody else will.
Thank you. Barb Dutko, possibly? 1B Vine Street?
Yes, hi. I'm sorry, I'm just walking in, so I don't know if this question might have been posed earlier this evening, but I did participate in one of your meetings over at the Doubletree, and I kept hearing about you were going to be harvesting water for irrigation, and I asked for clarification of what that was, and I was asking if it would be used to flush toilets, and I was told no. And my question to pose is, we do have this technology now where we can go out and harvest water, and it can be used for flushing toilets or wastewater and so forth, and I'm wondering if that's under consideration, and if not, why not?
Water reuse is absolutely under consideration. The challenge with committing to using it for certain plumbing uses is the reliability that you have from gray water reuse. So traditionally, there's not as much gray water available when you need it the most, so sometimes you have to supplement with potable water. So we're very committed to looking at water reuse. Just how specifically that'll apply on the site is yet to be determined. It's more likely scenario we'll use it for our mechanical system, our HVAC demands, than that we use it for potable water within the traditional plumbing system.
Okay, I was just hoping you would be looking into that, because I do work at a school where we do harvest water and use it to flush toilets. My main concern is living down on Vine Street. I'm on one of the most southwestern tip of the town, and I'm encountering some water pressure problems right now in my home, which I did talk about at the last meeting I was at. But I'm also getting rusty water on occasion. I've had it several times this month already, and I get no real good explanation as to what's causing that. and I'm gravely concerned that maybe the water company isn't quite able to handle what it's dealing with now, and I'm concerned about taking on more of a demand from the casino.
I can speak to the rusty water issue. That's usually not a capacity issue, that's an operations issue. So sometimes when you have water hammers in the system, it suspends the rust that exists on the bottom of any water line. So if that persists, that's an issue that I'm sure David want to hear about, but to see that for a day or so is not abnormal.
Yeah, but it's happening with more frequency. It happened again last Friday, and I'm gone all day. I come home and I've got rusty water at home when there's been no water running through the pipes, and I'm wondering, why does it seem to be most prevalent on Friday evenings?
I think my suggestion would be, I appreciate and try to empathize with the concern you have at home. I'd certainly be very upset if I had rusty water there, but I think that's more a problem between you and the Milford Water Company currently, and I'm not sure that anybody up here can properly assess, what the difficulty is and how to fix it. So my suggestion is you contact David and tell him what the problem is, and if it's persisted for more than a day or two, I'm sure he's going to take a look at it and see what they can do to fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ann Walters, 1 Carp Street. Okay. I think we've got 4 more water questions. Peter Scandoni. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, then we'll deal with that later. Good. Marcel Normandin.
Good evening. It's Marcel Norman from Joseph Road. A lot of the information I have here has already been mentioned this evening, but I just wanted to say that I've been going to meetings and reading a lot of articles, and there are 4 words that I really don't like to see on a project this big: if, uncertainty, uncomfortable, unknown. If any resident of Milford has to take 1 step back in quality of life, then shame on us for not doing all our research. I would like to know who's going to supply the town with water if a couple of our wells reaches the sludge stage and we have to shut them down. Thank you.
My response to that would be, from what I know of David Condrey and the way he runs the Milford Water Company, and what I know of DEP's management of the Water Management Act and their expectations with running a public water supply, that won't happen. It'll get addressed prior to it happening. You'll see evidence of degradation in production in wells, and the water company will be mandated to address that prior to it becoming a problem like you suggest.
Okay. John Tahan, 16 Harding Street. John? And I think the last water question is John Walker again. Okay, great. With that, I think that concludes the questions on water and sewer. What we're going to do is...
If I can interrupt up here.
Sure.
John Seaver took my spot. I'd like to take his if that's acceptable.
Sure, go right ahead.
My name's Rob Mitchell. I submitted a 3-page list of questions after the last meeting, and I'm wondering if you guys got a copy of it?
We did.
Okay, have you had a chance to make a response?
We're in the process of making a response, and I apologize for not having got that to you sooner.
Okay. I guess that's one of my first questions to this group is Mr. Buckley actually asked at the last meeting when he was going to get a response to his traffic questions. Nothing's been posted on that. Nothing has been posted on these questions. Considering
Actually, that's not true, if I can interrupt. The traffic questions were posted. There was an internal snafu with a computer system at the town. It was available last Thursday. Back and forth, basically it degraded. We had to post it again. It was posted yesterday, so it's on the website as of yesterday. The answers to Mr. Buckley's questions and Dino's questions on traffic.
Okay.
So they would have been posted, you know, what is that, 7 days after the questions were asked. but for this.
Okay. Just to stay on that for a second, though, most of the postings, and I'm sorry for going off track here, are 4 hours to, in this case, we actually had one report that was posted 48 hours before this meeting. Most are 24 hours beforehand. That doesn't give this group much time to actually review and come up with thoughtful questions for this, this meeting.
Sure. I think the response I'd give you is these are public presentations to get as much info out as is possible and to answer as many questions as are possible. The process here is a much lengthier process. So I think that, number one, I would tell you that compared to Springfield, compared to Taunton, the town of Milford, I've been told, is a lot different. It is. You folks are delving into much, much more detail than most of the other communities in the state have, which is good. No problem with that. The problem is that there are questions that are being asked for definitive answers today, and you want an answer immediately, which I would too. First of all, if we get to a host community agreement, you've got through all of August to continue to ask questions, and if you'll note, we've answered every single email question, even when they're completely off point. They're all being answered. I answered 3 today. 1. 2, if it goes past the host community agreement, and there's actually a host community agreement that's negotiated, you've got at least another 2 full months to continue to ask questions publicly and to the developer and the town, and the town will answer all of them, and we'll make sure the developer answers all of them. So this shouldn't be viewed as the end of the process. This is a way stop in the process. You're going to get ample opportunity to keep asking questions, and I think part of what I'd tell you is that if the answers aren't satisfactory, forget about voting against it. If the answers aren't satisfactory, the State Gaming Commission is going to say, sure, go right ahead, no problem at all. Go ahead and build your casino, but the water is going to be a horrible problem. MDOT will be reviewed. EPA will be reviewed. All of those people are going to weigh in. This is a part of the process, nowhere near the end of the process. 1. 2, some of the things that are, for instance, the sewer. We know it's doable. We know there's a cost attendant to that doability. They're going to have to do certain things relative to that cost. The host community agreement is going to say you will pay for that no matter what it costs. You will deliver the sewer to your site, and if they commit to doing the sewer to the places that are set on septics currently, they will pay for that. So it's not a question of if, it's a question of if they agree, if the selectmen say we'll go to the host community agreement and allow it to be negotiated, there'll be an absolute contractual obligation that makes it significant penalties, including not doing the deal if they can't deliver what they said. Even if they win the license, they can't go ahead without us. You're going to be protected every step of the way. It's not going to be a situation where they're going to put in a sewer just for their system and break it down for everybody else. That won't happen. The state won't let it happen, and the town won't let it happen, and the contract will preclude that. So there is some time here. I would tell you that I don't know about the rest of the Foxwoods team, but I deal with Sean Reardon on a daily basis. He's working 16 hours a day. We're getting the answers as quickly as we can. You folks are asking for a tremendous amount of detail, which I applaud you for doing, but it's taking more time to get those answers to you because you're one person. We get several emails a day, including the questions from the selectmen every day. So it's a constant rolling out process, and we're doing the best we can.
Okay. Unfortunately, my question on water actually just degraded down to the process. And one comment I would have to that is we're actually engineering this project in a public forum. That's not how engineering happens. The reason why these questions are coming out is that on June 3rd, there was a presentation, and it was a definitive, this is what we're going to give you. And it was only after there were questions about the definitive design that there were changes to the design and changes to the changes and changes to the changes. And the point is, yes, we have next month to take a look at it. We have another review by the state. Mm-hmm. But this isn't the forum for having a discussion. The reports that come out from Foxwoods should be completely vetted by the town's consultants, by the town's engineers prior to a presentation to the public, because what's being said...
They are vetted, fully.
So the report that went out on June 3rd to the public?
No.
Or, okay.
June 3rd was, the June 3rd meeting was a demand by the selectmen that they'd had enough of, I think, what one of the selectmen referred to as glossy, fancy pictures with nothing behind them.
So if I can ask a pointed question tonight. The
Sure.
GMA report on...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The
Say it again.
GMA report on labor that's going to be presented tonight has been reviewed by whom for the town?
Number one, by us. Number two, by several of the department heads. And beyond that, it will be an appendix to the host community agreement that says this is what you're committing to provide in terms of employment. These are the various categories that you're providing for employment. So I'm not sure how a town that hasn't had a casino can say, you know, I think it ought to be 3,400 people versus 29.
Agreed, but the process was supposed to be that the town would be afforded money to review the studies that were put out by Foxwoods.
Correct.
I don't see a town-sponsored vetting report
Of employment?
for tonight.
Of employment.
For employment.
That's correct. That is correct. That's
Okay.
the one exception. So we don't know. We know what a casino typically takes in terms of number of employees. I can tell you that number based on the number of slot machines. It's very standardized in the business. So I'm not sure if you're asking, are they hiring too many or are they hiring too few?
No, what I'm saying is we've, again, gone off of the topic of water onto the process. I think, honestly, I'd like to stop this discussion on the process. I think we're
Okay.
agreeing to disagree. So if I can ask some water points.
Sure, go right ahead.
We talked about 270,000 gallons per day. The water report, the wastewater report says 0.291 waste. Sean, you talked about evaporation loss out of the cooling tower. My report says that it's going to be at least 50,000 on top of that. My point is not to get into the numbers. As I said, I don't want to engineer in public here. My point is that we're playing for nickels here. As everyone just said before this, 2.8 versus 3.14. We're talking 10% of the town's water is going to this one particular source. And if we're off by 10, 20, 30% on the estimates, it's a big deal. I was asking for your basis for what the water usage was down at Foxwoods. I haven't seen that. If that is your basis, that should have been an appendix. So what I would say is anyone that wants to see what was sent out last week for questions, I'll have it available at the end of this meeting, and hopefully we'll see something posted on the website afterwards. Did you have any comments on the fire water usage for the casino and the 3,000 gallons per minute? The question is that the International Fire Code requires 6,000 gallons a minute. That wasn't in your report. You've assumed 3,000. I've got an old version of the IFC code in my library, so I'm not sure if that's changed, but the numbers that you used were not allowed by the old code. So I'm wondering if you've taken a look at that.
We have. We took a look at the most current codes that make reference to the same 6,000 gallons per minute. Dependent upon whether or not it's a sprinklered facility, there are means for reducing that volume. In our report, we made an assumption of 3,000 gallons per minute based on what we've typically seen in the industry. Since last week's meeting, we have had multiple conversations with Chief Toohey. Regarding this, we've discussed the impacts relative to a 3,000 gallon per minute fire flow, impacts of a 6,000 gallon per minute fire flow. After our conversations, and there have been a few, based on our conversation with Chief Toohey, it appears as if for this particular development, that 3,000 gallons per minute for a fire event is adequate.
Okay. The reason I'm bringing that up is someone's talking about low pressure over on Vine Street. The report clearly says that it's going to be 20 psi for water pressure, which is allowed by state code, but it's less than what it is today. So again, from a quality of life and a quality of what we're expecting today and what we're going to get when the project is complete, there is going to be a degradation. Now, it's only during the fire scenario, from what I've seen in the writing, but that's not clear to people that are listening to the presentation and aren't reading 300 pages of report the night before the presentation.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. That is during a fire flow condition. So as stated in last week's meeting, in the 20 years at Foxwoods in Connecticut, they haven't had a single significant event where they've used their fire suppression system, so they haven't ever drawn that kind of water. So we don't envision ever needing that, principally because it's a 24-hour facility, well manned with a lot of security staff. The likelihood that any kind of significant fire gets out of control requiring that much water is almost impossible.
I guess I'd ask a question of Sean. Sean, wasn't the water report based on the usages at the MGM facility?
Correct. So to answer your question about the estimates, dealing with two different agencies, the sewer department and the water department, very important that we do things the way they expect to see it. So John Manini and the folks at the sewer department wanted wastewater generation estimates based on Title V. The water company, or at least we and the water company, felt that it would be better to base it on actual data and actual usage at a similar facility. So we took about 6 or 7 years of data from the MGM Foxwoods, which is only about 8 years old. So it's mechanical systems, it's HVAC systems, its demands, and its uses are...
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you said that before. I was asking for that actual data for how much water is being used, and that hasn't been presented yet.
That data was provided to Ty and Bond and to the Milford Water Company, so we can make it available.
It was in the report. It's in the appendices. We didn't publish the appendices because it's 1,500 pages long. If you'd like to get your hands on it, please reach out, and we'll get you the 1,500 pages. Okay?
Fair.
Thank you.
One last comment, and I'm sorry.
Well,
this is Milford. This is a small town. We're talking about 8-inch, 10-inch pipes going to this facility.
Okay.
If you take a look at the host agreement for Springfield, which I think you were involved with,
correct.
There's a 36-inch water pipe that goes by the facility. There's a 48-inch sewer line.
Mm-hmm.
That's a city. Cities are meant for large casinos, such as this. We're a small town. We're trying to shoehorn it in. Can you engineer it? Absolutely. It can be engineered to fit into this town. But it's 10% of the water. It's 100,000 gallons a day for the cooling towers in the summer when I can't sprinkle my lawn. I understand why I can't sprinkle it. I don't understand why we're going to give you $100,000 gallons a day for your cooling tower.
Thank you. I think there's one other question that wasn't asked at the... Please, go ahead. I think this is the last of the water questions.
Actually, before I start, there are a couple of other people here that were given these blue cards and signed in and thought they were going to talk about water. And they don't appear to be on the list, and that's why I asked if I could speak. There are other people you might want to ask.
Well, I think we've got about 9 or 10 minutes. We're going to try to keep
right,
moving, but go right ahead.
This is my time. I'm just trying to tell you that I think there's something happened with the process here. I'm Jim Flanagan from 8 Whispering Pine Drive. Review of the Foxwoods consultant report left many questions for me, and I sent an email to the Board of Selectmen, which was very quickly acted upon by the board, the town administrator, and I had a very quick response from Foxwoods consultant. Thank you all. My particular concerns were relative to the protection of private wells in the neighborhoods near the proposed development. The groundwater supply issue, which has been maybe discussed tonight, was more or less dismissed by the Foxwoods consultant as the responsibility of the Milford Water Company. Fortunately, the town's consultant provided an excellent review of the data. Thank you, Ty and Bond. My concerns with the disruption and/or contamination of my well and our neighbors' wells, however, remain unanswered. I sent a subsequent email to the selectmen, and they suggested I present the issue here. Foxwoods has not provided any data in the report nor responded with details to my specific request about the protection of private water supplies, only the Milford Water Company supplies. Foxwoods consultant responded to my email that, quote, the project will incorporate all required stormwater controls included in the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, and no specific impacts requiring mitigation have been identified, end quote. The handbook cites in Volume 3, Chapter 1, that a stormwater report must include computations, too numerous to list in my 75 seconds here, but I've provided that by memo to the Board of Selectmen and to Sean Reardon, to document compliance. These data should be provided to Ty and Bond for review. Those of us with private wells are not going to take Foxwoods' promise that, quote, it will be okay, end quote. My question, therefore, is, Where are the data showing compliance with the handbook that Foxwood states they are using to protect the safety of the neighborhood well water supplies? Thank you.
That information is coming as part of the site design review. So that information, the stormwater management report, is being reviewed by Beals and Thomas. So it's a site design element, and that was actually submitted in draft form today to them. So just to give a little background, I think what you're speaking of, and I apologize for my answers, I misinterpreted your questions as being more directed towards the public water supply and not private water supply, so I'd be more than happy to answer those questions again. But from a stormwater standpoint, the only thing conceivable that we could do that would impact your wells would be the impacts from our runoff, our stormwater runoff after storm events. That is analyzed in detail in a submittal that we're putting forth for next week. So that's being reviewed by Beals and Thomas right now, and it contains all the information you're referring to.
Okay, thank you. I anxiously await the detailed information that so many of us have been waiting for. Thank you.
Great. I know there are other, go ahead.
My question for you people up at the table and across there, all right? And the waterman is over there, and I spoke to him. I know Milford, we have plenty of water to supply Milford only. That I know. If we have a shortage of water, how are we going to supply you people? Where are you going to get your water from? The best thing for you people is to find another place and dig a well somewhere else. That's what I want to say to you people. We don't need you here.
Thank you. There was one other question, I think. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Fred Drake. I live at 11 Trinity Drive in Milford. I've got some heartfelt comments that I need to say. The collector distributor doesn't work for a lot of us. With proposals of 2 lanes plus a 1 breakdown lane times 2 directions plus the existing 8 lanes, we'll end up with 14 lanes of asphalt that runs the full length of Milford, east and west, with no safety or visual buffers. With the flyover at Samarco Drive at 495 North in Marlboro taking upwards to 20 years from the time it was first discussed until it was opened, and having lived in Milford during the long construction of 495, we all remember the dust, the noise, and the truck pollution. We don't need it again. Money for increased traffic enforcement to deal with the increased incidence of drunk driving would be laughable if it weren't so offensive. We don't need the casino to tell us how or where to enforce the law. Not allowing impaired drivers to get on our roads is the best solution, since it is impossible to completely protect the public from the risk. Every day the papers have stories, pictures, and police reports of these incidents. Traffic, yes or no? Which is it? The proposal states that over 90% of all traffic will be used on 495, will use 495. Yet this week, a news article responding to the casino hurting local businesses, the casino responded that most would frequent local business. How can they both stay on 495 and be on the local roads spending money? A plan was presented to run a sewer line with greater capacity from the Holliston line down Route 16 to the Sacred Heart Church, and then follow
excuse
the
me,
Charles.
sir. I apologize. This is a question and answer session.
I'm going to get to my question, please.
I think the appropriate place to put a statement is on the Milford site.
I've worked too hard for
and
this. I will finish my statement. Don't cut me off, please. Because it wasn't discussed, that's why I'm bringing it up. Down the Charles to the treatment plant. Since this is probably the most congested stretch in the town, it was surprising no reference was made what it would do to traffic and how long. A minimum of a month and possibly longer would be required, with a great deal of turmoil for local business and homeowners. We were all appalled that your advisors tried to slip the peak number of 12 MGDs instead of the permitted number of 4.3 to make your numbers work. We were more upset that the sewer's highly paid consultants who didn't immediately point the missed factor out. With all these issues that affect the residents of Milford, both immediately and well into the future, we have really thought about the disruption of the lives of our citizens and risk to the small business that are the lifeblood of our town. Are we focusing way too much on the truckload of money being dropped on every problem that comes up and forgetting the values? Milford is a well-run town by a dedicated people who care. We do well with money and have to spend and don't go into debt foolishly, similar to what we try to teach our children. The truckload of money can never buy the pride we have in Milford and the lifestyle we have built for our families.
Thank you. Yep, like to. This afternoon's session, or this evening's session, is to cover social impacts and mitigation. Basically, what we're going to do is the developer is going to make a couple of very short remarks on crime, addictive gambling, and then he's going to discuss the employment report that was referred to earlier. After that, the town side will do the same, brief comment on crime, compulsive gambling, and then the mitigation report will be presented by H&RA. We'll hold our questions until we're finished, and then we'll stay here as long as you want because we were able to get permission to keep the place open a little bit after 10. Yeah.
Kevin hasn't.
It's not working.
We need help on technology. Get out of here, Sean. I am too. Takes an engineer to fix anything.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Steve Galloway with Gaming Market Advisors. We are a consulting firm that specializes in the gaming and hospitality industry. We are based in Las Vegas and Denver. I run the Denver office. We focus on items such as gaming market assessments, feasibility studies, economic impact studies, operations analyses, expert witness testimony, etc. To give you a quick background on myself, I've been a consultant to the gaming industry for about 12 years. I actually grew up around the industry my entire life since about the age of 6 or 7. I've written numerous articles that have been published in Global Gaming Business Magazine, Indian Gaming Business, etc. I'm a periodic lecturer at University of Nevada, Reno on gaming practices, marketing, operations, etc. I'm a graduate of Boston College. And in fact, I'm from the area. I was married in Newport, went to boarding school in Connecticut, and in fact, my family is actually from right here in Hopedale. In fact, that statue of General George Draper is my great-great-uncle. So I have a little more interest in this project, because I want to make sure I don't want to recommend something if it's going to hurt the fabric of the town. First, want to touch upon our labor analysis. Wish I could step back so I can see the monitor at the same time here. In preparing our labor analysis, we did two things. We really looked at the staffing of Foxwoods itself by department, by position, to understand how they run their operations. In addition to that, I've worked on hundreds of casino projects. I'm pretty familiar with the staffing levels. So we kind of took that information there, information based on our own experience, and really put together a full staffing program to understand what we could expect at a Foxwoods, Massachusetts. In doing the analysis, we specifically assumed the program that has been discussed here, a full-size casino resort, 4,250 slots, 125 table games, another 50 poker games, 350-room hotel, etc. In total, it's reasonable to assume about 3,150 FTEs. The actual number of employed will be a little bit greater than that when you include part-timers, but going down to full-time equivalents, the number is 3,181 to be exact. It's a substantial figure. Most of the labor, and I'll get to the exact percent in a bit, but the overwhelming majority of this labor will come from the local market pool. And I'm not saying just Milford. We believe about 90% of it, 85 to 90% of this, will actually come from within a 30-minute drive time of Milford. Of those 3,181 employees, about 2,559 will be line-level employees. Those being jobs like tip jobs, people working in the restaurants, people working in the hotel, dealers, etc. Next slide here. This chart right here, which I'm sure will be posted later on, this gives a breakdown of the jobs. And the relevance of this chart is to show you how it breaks down between upper-level management and line-level employees. You can see how we get to the total number of 3,181. And they're also very high-paying jobs, very, very strong jobs. The gaming industry has some of the better benefit packages for employees. As we project, I forget the exact percent, I want to say 45%, 45 cents of every dollar spent on salary and wages will go towards benefits. That's a significant figure. These are very good paying jobs. Most of them start off with unskilled labor, and we can train people on how to do those specific jobs. You can see the total package for management is about $91,000 a year. And the lowest, really line-level admin positions, all in is about $47,000 a year. These are strong jobs. To understand where this labor is going to be coming from, we did a drive time analysis. We wanted to look at the population within 10 minutes, 20 minutes, really 30 minutes of the town. In Massachusetts, the average person has about a 27-minute commute time to work. We didn't want to assume that means that half the people will be longer than 27 minutes and half the people will be below 27 minutes. We generally assume that most of the people, about I believe it was 90%, will come from within a 30-minute drive time zone. If you did the numbers to understand how that 3,181 jobs would break down based on unemployed people for each of those zones, it would equate to 224% of the unemployed people in Milford would be employed by the casino, and that's clearly not possible and not going to happen. It would mean 37.3% within 20 minutes and 9.5% within 30 minutes. The purpose of those numbers is to show that nearly 3,200 full-time equivalents is a significant figure, and this will have a positive impact on regional unemployment rates. We projected specifically that within 10 minutes of Milford, the unemployment rate would drop from 6% to 3.5%, which would equate to about 596 workers currently on unemployment. That is a pretty significant figure. We didn't assume it'd go below 3.5% because typically a healthy economy will have 3.5% unemployment because that's called the natural rate of unemployment. People in between jobs, people slowly leaving the workforce, that's a very healthy rate to maintain. In addition to the unemployment folks, it will also have an impact of people who either dropped off the labor force, who might rejoin to get a job they might be interested in addition to those that are underemployed. We didn't quantify these. It's very difficult to quantify that figure, but we all know, many in this room probably may feel it, the problems with underemployment. Having 3,180 jobs being created will help address that issue, and I believe many people will find new and better jobs at the Foxwoods facility that will help their overall lifestyle. The chart on the bottom really just summarizes the population and the unemployment factors for each of the 0 to 10, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30-minute time zones. The purpose of this map, this illustrates with the 3 rings the 0 to 10 minutes, 10 to 20, and 20 to 30 drive times. The reason I put this map up here is we've heard that folks are concerned that a lot of these jobs will come from out of state. They're not going to be local centric. And if you look on the map, within 30 minutes, you're basically talking almost all within the state of Massachusetts. Sure, it dips down south a little bit, but these jobs are going to be not only in Milford, but also overall in the state of Massachusetts. Just want to go over quickly some overall hiring practices of Foxwoods and really of the gaming industry in general. There are a lot of misperceptions of gaming. I've heard comments that people are going to be concerned about illegal immigrants being given jobs, that there's going to be big pressure on the school system for children that don't speak English. When you look at the gaming industry, we're one of the most highly regulated industries there is, period. Every key employee will have to go through a full licensing and vetting process. And I can tell you, as someone who's been licensed in jurisdictions and by numerous clients and Native American tribes, it is a very, very, very thorough process. There is nothing you can hide. You have to be a clean, legit individual with a clean record to have a key job in a casino. All of the line level employees in the casino are going to have to go through a background and vetting process as well. And I suspect, though a lot of the regulations still have to be written, I suspect every single person who works on the casino floor will have to have a gaming license as well. It's a Foxwoods policy, that in order to be hired, you have to speak English, which is very significant. You have an industry, again, which you must be licensed, so you're not going to have criminals coming in. You're going to have good people that are going to be getting good paying jobs that will generate positive impacts to the overall community. Want to quickly touch upon employees that need to relocate. When looking at relocation, we really looked at each of the line items of the 3,181 employees to understand who are those that are going to have to be hired from outside of the region. When looking at this and coming up with a number, we really assumed we're not talking about people who might live 45 minutes away or a half hour away and decide to move closer. We're talking about people that the casino has to actively go out, hire, and pay for them to move into the area. It's in the casino's best interest rather, to hire people locally. It's less expensive. You have people who are going to know your patrons, so it's better for customer service. You want to hire locally, but there will be some positions that will have to be hired from outside. A big advantage that Foxwoods has is that they have a casino that's less than 60 miles away. This means they have a large number of trained employees that they'll be able to utilize up in Milford. I suspect if I'm Foxwoods and I'm opening up a new casino here in Milford, I'm going to take some of my trained employees who are experienced, who are good with customers, who are good at their jobs, and if they live maybe halfway between and they would be happy to work in Massachusetts, I'm going to have them go to Massachusetts, and I'm going to hire my new hires, I'm going to put down in Connecticut, because I have a larger trained staff down in Connecticut to train a lot of those new hires, so I want some of my existing personnel with the experience to be up at my new casino in Milford to help train all of those people. It's a big advantage to open a casino that's only, when you have another one just 60 miles away, just significant in terms of staffing. In addition, Foxwoods is going to be able to set up temporary, not set up temporary housing, they'll be able to move people temporarily up here from Foxwoods, Connecticut, to have a larger trained workforce when they first opened up to help train all the new people. It's the goal of the casino to give everyone a positive experience when they start working and for their customers to have a positive experience. The way you do that is by starting off with a properly trained staff. Foxwoods will be able to do that not only because they're experienced operators, but because they have an existing facility less than 60 miles away. Lost all that. Again, this is just the map that shows that this is a 30-mile ring, but really from tip to toe, it's a 60-mile diameter. This is just put up for a illustration to show how close Foxwoods in Connecticut and the proposed site here in Milford are. Again, just to illustrate that there are many people in the workforce, many people who work at Foxwoods today who will be able to be utilized up here. Again, a big advantage. Overall, going through the numbers and really determining who's going to have to be relocate and who will not, we estimate of the 3,181 employees, about 5.28% will actually have to relocate and come from out of the region. This would translate to about 111 home buyers. Not all Milford, I'm saying in general, that in total it'll be about 111 home buyers. And the staff relocating will generally be higher level staff, people who are more experienced and who Foxwoods needs to bring in from outer regions to help train employees and have specific talents that may not be able to be found locally, such as jobs you might find in upper level management in the slots department or tables department, just where you don't have the local pool right here within 30 minutes. This chart right here illustrates the breakdown. That 5.28% I mentioned equates to 168 employees in total. And as you can see, the executive directors, 14 of them, most of those will be coming from, obviously, from outside of the region. A number of managers, about 50 managers will be coming in. And then you will have very experienced, veteran, skilled and trained labor that you'll have come in as well to help train your other employees and also to help teach the culture of Foxwoods and how to deliver a positive customer experience. I want to talk about schools. I've heard, as I've been at previous meetings, just lots of concern about, well, how's this going to impact our school system? Which is a valid concern. I know how expensive it is to send children to school and how expensive it is for local jurisdictions to school children. I have 3 boys, and I know as a parent going through a school system, dealing with local politics, you want to make sure that you're not going to be inundated with dozens and dozens of students, maybe hundreds of students, and ones that maybe are not as affluent as ones in this neighborhood. You want to make sure you're going to have a positive impact on your overall school system. Well, let me tell you, when you break down the number, we're only talking about in total of 168 people that are going to have to move into the region. So we're already starting off with a small number. We then break that number down further to really understand how many of those people are actually going to move into Milford. Specifically, if you look at my report, I detail how we get to this calculation. But when you break down the number of households, you break down how many are actually going to move into Milford, and if you assumed 1 child per household, that's only 21 students in total entering the Milford school system. That's an average of 1.6 students per class between K to 12. Not a very large impact. These will all be children that do speak English, so you're not going to have those issues that have been raised and discussed. And also, they don't include, that number might be smaller if some people choose to put their students in private schools. Pretty decent school system here. I would probably keep mine in public. But that being said, there will be people who choose to put their kids in a private school. So the number of 21 goes even lower. I'm going to quickly get off schools and start touching upon some social impact issues. I'll start off with crime. Again, I have firsthand experience from growing up around the industry and being in numerous towns that have been introduced to gaming and hearing the same concerns of everyone in this room, or not everyone in this room, many people in this room, that the big evil empire is going to come in and ruin our neighborhood. It doesn't happen. What you have with casinos is you have high-paying jobs, entities which become a member of the local community. And what happens when you have a business come in that employs people and you have less people in unemployment, crime rates actually tend to go down. Do you have any increased number of crimes? You do have an increased number of petty crimes. Those are ones that take place actually on the casino premises. Purse snatches, such as that, does not impact the local community. This is actually in the casino itself. And this is mitigated as well in the host community agreement. There will be a requirement for paying for increased police force. And with a large presence on that property, those will be mitigated and taken care of there. In addition, people were asked about DUIs. This is actually a new statistic I looked at. I hadn't studied DUIs historically, and it was tough. Like, well, how do you look at that? We're trying to get county data. That was difficult. So, well, let's look at let's look at a local jurisdiction, Connecticut. We looked at it since 1986, and in fact, every year over the past many years, it's gone down. I'm trying to find the number by 3.6% a year. I'm not saying that DUIs went down because of the casino. I'm not implying that. What I'm saying is the casino did not result in increases in DUIs. I also looked at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a very, very relevant example. Pennsylvania casinos started opening up about 3 years ago. They opened up throughout the state in most of the major metropolitan areas, also in some suburbs. So I thought that would be a good example to understand, did DUIs go up? And it turned out the answer is no. In fact, over the past 4 years, since 2008, there were not casinos in 2008. They opened up in 2009. DUIs have gone down by 4.3%. That's pretty significant. Again, I'm not saying it's because of the casino they went down. My point is they did not go up. But I will say, because the casinos have to pay for larger police forces, because you have a larger presence of police in and around casinos, I'm probably pretty sure people are going to be less likely to want to get in their car after they've been drinking, because they're aware of the police force, and they don't want to take that risk. Hopefully they shouldn't take that risk anyways. But when you're aware of putting yourself in a negative situation, hopefully a wise person would not do so. Overall crime, it's interesting, people also mention Atlantic City. I've heard people talk about how Atlantic City is such a horrible example and how horrible gaming was to Atlantic City. Believe it or not, crime in Atlantic City, the crime rate has gone down every year since casinos has opened, except for one. I believe it was '86. I don't know what happened that year. But it's actually gone down every year. And if you go to Atlantic City today, compared to 20 years ago, it's significantly better. I grew up there for part of my life. It's a much better place than it used to be. And the reason, by the way, that Atlantic City is used as a bad example is what happened when gaming was first passed in New Jersey. You know what they didn't do? They didn't give any money to their local community. The state passed gaming, taxes went straight to the state, and nothing went to Atlantic City. As the Casino Redevelopment Authority was started and as money was given to the local area for redevelopment and for further protection, that was mitigated. By doing a host community agreement, these problems will be avoided. Crime will not be an issue here because of the casino. Also want to talk about problem gambling. It's interesting as you hear studies and people are very concerned about it. And for anyone who's ever had a relative who's a problem gambler, it's scary. It's not fun. The reality is it actually impacts a very small percentage of the population. There have been numerous studies out there, but in general, they all kind of range between 1% to 2% of the population is impacted as problem or pathological gambling. And of those people, they already live today in this community and in Massachusetts. It's important to remember that we're not bringing a new form of entertainment that no one's ever seen. It's a casino. You have 2 casinos down in Connecticut, 2 in Rhode Island, 2 now up in Maine. In addition to that, you have pari-mutuel facilities around. I'm sure there's plenty of sports betting going on. There is gambling today in the society. People who are problem gamblers are already experiencing their problems. For anything, with the casino coming online, the Massachusetts legislation dictates a minimum of $5 million has to be spent on problem gambling. The gaming industry takes this very, very seriously. At the end of the day, casino gaming is a form of entertainment. Operators want their patrons to be entertained, they want them to have fun, they want them to return and enjoy themselves. A problem gambler is not being entertained, and it's something we take seriously and something we try to address. On that note, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Slideshow set up problem first.
Which one? You go.
Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I'll say I'm not real good at that. My name is Kim Koppa from the law firm of Shefsky and Freilich, which is the outside consulting firm for the town. I'm here today just to touch briefly. I know Steve has just discussed it, but I thought I'd go a little bit more in depth on problem gambling, or it's also called compulsive gambling. The town was given a report by its consultants on this topic from the Innovation Group. The folks from the Innovation Group could not make the presentation today, so we did create some slides to present to you that generally summarize the findings that are in their report. Their report is on the casino website. Okay. I'm technically inept already.
Yeah. Oh, is this not working?
Sorry about that. Either the batteries, oh, Matt did it or I did it, or battery's dead. Sorry about the interruption. Problem gambling is a documented medical condition. As Steve had mentioned, it is something that should be taken seriously and is taken seriously. One of the landmark studies on the matter is cited here. It's the National Gambling Impact Study. It was conducted in 1999 by a congressional and presidential commission. That study suggests that the prevalence of problem gambling affects approximately 1.3% of the population. However, there are some studies that say that that prevalence rate will double if casino gaming is available within a 50-mile radius. So therefore, we generally say, and most of the studies that you'll see on the Innovation Group have found, say that the prevalence rate is approximately 2 to 3% of the population. As Steve has noted, is that casino gaming is not something new. It is new in the state of Massachusetts in particular, but it is not new for residents in the state of Massachusetts because there are several significant casinos that are located within close proximity. I think the next slide will tell you where those casinos are located and their proximate distances. Most of those are, they're of course in Rhode Island and in Connecticut, and many of the cars and visitors that attend those are from the state of Massachusetts. So because casino gaming has been close to us and to the folks here in Milford, we do not expect a material increase in the prevalence of problem gambling because of this Milford casino, because there's casinos that are within such close proximity. Additionally, we should note, in addition to the 5 casinos that are in current proximity, that there will be 3 casinos within the state of Massachusetts, as well as a 4th slots parlor. Thanks. The next slide would tell you that problem gambling is generally addressed at the state level. That is the same of what's happening here in the state of Massachusetts. The Massachusetts Gambling Act, if you can go to the next, thank you, imposes significant requirements on the casino gaming licensees and as well as on the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. In fact, the Act requires that gaming licensees must demonstrate a commitment to combat problem gambling as part of their licensing application. It is also a condition for them to continue to maintain their license. In particular, no applicant for a gaming license will be granted the license unless it satisfies the Gaming Commission of its commitment to mitigating compulsive gambling. Each gaming licensee issued by the Gaming Commission requires that the gaming licensee provide at a minimum on-site counseling, prominently display information about problem gambling and where to access assistance, establish self-exclusion lists, which self-exclusion lists are common in many jurisdictions. What those are is where you can give your name and contact information to the casino and they will not put you on any of their mailing or promotional lists. Additionally, gaming licensees must train their employees in recognizing addictive behaviors and also intervening with customers exhibiting such behaviors. Finally, the Act requires that the gaming licensees institute any other public health strategies that are determined from time to time by the Gaming Commission. These conditions all of these requirements will be a condition to any casino's license, and if they're violated, the Gaming Commission has the authority to revoke or suspend a license or impose monetary fines. And as we've seen in many other jurisdictions, those fines have been significant. Funding for problem gambling is a pretty important topic to discuss here because Massachusetts, with the passage of the Gambling Act, is going to provide more funding than any other state currently does in the United States. Massachusetts currently funds problem gaming at approximately $1 million per year. To give you kind of a perspective of what that is, that's approximately 15 cents per capita. Last year, Governor Patrick's budget provided $1.8 million. However, that was cut to $1.4 billion. That's only 20 cents per capita. To give you an order of magnitude, nationally, the average funding for problem gambling is approximately 34 cents per capita. However, with the introduction with the passage of the Gambling Act and the introduction of casinos in Massachusetts, funding substantially increases. As Steve mentioned, the Act requires that casinos pay a minimum of $5 million annually. That money goes directly to the Public Health Trust Fund, which is administered by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and that money is to be used to mitigate problem gambling. Additionally, an amount equal to 5% of the gaming tax collected by the Commonwealth from the Category 1 licenses. So that's the 3 casinos that are going to be out, not the slot parlor, the 3 larger casinos. It's 5% of the gaming taxes collected from those 3 casinos go also to the Public Health Trust Fund. That we estimate is to be approximately $15 to $17 million a year to provide total funding of approximately $20 to $22 million per year. To put that in perspective, that's $3.07 to $3.38 per capita, and is significantly outspending of any of the other states in the United States. Also, your act goes farther. Not only does it just provide that the casino companies have to act responsibly and have programs in place, and that the commission has to administer those and look over and oversee those policies. But the commission is also tasked with annually assessing problem gambling. They have to produce reports annually that initially a baseline study of where problem gambling is in the state and the prevalence in the state, but also annually they must continue to do that, and there's funding provided for that in the statute. One interesting piece is to assist the commission in conducting this ongoing annual research, that the gaming licensees are required to share with the commission any information that they gather from loyalty programs or tracking of casino playing, which is kind of somewhat unique, and that information is going to be given by the Gaming Commission to research organizations so that they can conduct thorough studies. So in final, just thought the Gaming Act does provide a comprehensive way to mitigate compulsive gaming and also provides significant funding, well in excess of those of any other state in the United States.
I'm going to make mine a little shorter. Innovation Group was retained by the town to run a completely independent study, to use Bill Buckley's sense of the word. They didn't talk to Galloway or his firm. They did their own study. Very comprehensive. I really do recommend you read it. It's not engineering stuff, so it's readable by a layman. It basically ends up doing 2 different things. One, it reviews many of the studies that have been conducted to date. Harvard, Rappaport, the Presidential Commission that Kim referred to, a congressional commission that was done in 1999 and 2000. And more importantly, it then went into a whole series of new jurisdictions where casino gaming was introduced. I think it was 9, 10, maybe 12 of them, I don't remember off the top of my head, and looked at the statistics there and talked to the police chiefs there. In fact, there is one whole page of comments from the police chiefs of those new jurisdictions, and the jurisdictions are all within the last 5, 6 years, I would say. A couple of it were probably 8 years old. What they all concluded is basically what Steve said, which is, as a matter of percentage, there is no increase in crime. That's a little bit misleading, because what it really does is there is an increase in the number of incidents, but because of the number of people coming through, they do it on a population base, so they end up saying, well, the rate of crime has not gone up, but in fact the number goes up. What hasn't gone up is any sort of major crimes. In almost every jurisdiction that was reviewed by the Innovation Group, major crimes, murder, robbery, that type of thing, armed robbery, burglaries, rapes, etc., flat as an absolute number, not as a percentage, flat to slightly down. They do comment that in some of those jurisdictions where it went down, it looks like it went down across the state, so it's probably really a flat number. What does increase is petty crimes, and it's almost exclusively, according to this report, on-site petty crimes. So it's inside the casino, it's the, you left a few dollars laying on the table, somebody swiped them. It's a purse snatching and the like. What we really needed to focus on, and this was the purpose of the mitigation report that I think Caroline is going to talk about in a minute, is the summary page of the report. It's as if what all the host community agreements in Massachusetts have already done is up here. Namely, you don't want to pay for the increased police presence that you want to have around the casino. The casino wants that increased police presence because they want to provide security. Nobody wants to go to a casino that isn't safe. So you end up talking to your police chief, you find out how many additional policemen he needs, how many additional cars he needs, how many additional dispatchers he needs, radio equipment, etc., and the casino pays for that. Secondly, you make sure that the developer has developed a safe environment. In the old days, that used to be a hassle. You had to fight with the developer to do that. The new developments in the last 10, 15 years, you don't have to fight about it at all. They want parking garages, they want them well lit, they want them cambered. They want the sidewalks around the casino lit, down low lighting so it's not jumping up into the air, but well lit, stops, the petty crimes that take place. So these are the summaries that the report came up with. They're fairly simple, they're fairly specific. You'll see them in the host community agreement. The bottom line is petty crimes will increase on the property unless you do these things. If you do these things, there will be an increase, but a much smaller one. And if you look at many of the jurisdictions, they eliminated even that petty crime increase at the casino if they provided enough security to the town. So I won't belabor the point. With that, H&RA Associates was retained by the town. They did an independent analysis of the mitigation. They spoke to every department in the town, checked on what was needed, and Caroline is going to report what she found.
Yeah, I think that matters. Matt, if you, next slide. Thank you, everyone. My name is Caroline McCarthy. I'm a director with H&RA Advisors. We're based in New York City. We also have offices in Los Angeles and the District of Columbia. We're a real estate economic development and sustainability consulting firm that works on projects across the U.S. Personally, I'm very familiar with this area, having grown up in southern New Hampshire and studied economics at Wesleyan University in Connecticut. Next slide. This just gives you an overview of our experience conducting fiscal and economic impact analysis for these types of projects. In addition to casinos, we do major mixed-use projects, retail, other hospitality. Personally, I have also worked with the City of Taunton in assessing proposals for that project and on behalf of MGM International in the City of Springfield. To give you an overview of what we were scoped to do, as Sid said, we conducted a mitigation study. One of the fortunate aspects of this process for the community is that there's an opportunity to get a one-time and annual payments to ensure the quality of your life is maintained by funding the additional services that will be needed to support the casino. Next slide. I'm going to give kind of an overview of the background of the town, what we've learned, what we went through meeting with the different department heads in terms of what they estimated as impacts. To start off, and you've seen this program a number of times, I just wanted to review the program we studied. Over 1 million square feet. This includes 800,000 square foot parking garage, so the number you probably see most frequently is about 660,000 square feet. And they're making a major investment in your community, nearly $1 billion. Next slide. Driving the need for these mitigation, in addition to the physical infrastructure of the project, is the number of visitors. It will bring, nearly 20,000 visitors a day, 7 million annually, and that's the number, we had gotten from Steve's market study. Just to kind of give you a quick overview reference of where the project is, it's adjacent to 495, near an existing commercial district, a couple miles away from downtown and, key infrastructure stations. The town of Milford, you currently have an annual budget of nearly $80 million. Like most towns in the area, education is your most significant expense. Property taxes are the most significant source of revenue for the town, over nearly 2/3 of the total revenue, $50 million. And as residents, you're bearing a very significant cost, to support municipal services. The bulk of the tax levy is on residential uses, and this trend has been increasing. Next slide. Over the past few years, both the residential and commercial tax rates have increased by over 40%. And in part, the increase in tax rates is due, and the tax levy is due to a declining assessed value as a result of the recession and ongoing economic conditions. So just to break into kind of the next series of slides are really the core of the mitigation study. We looked at two types of analysis. One, which I'll spend the most time on, is we looked at the cost, for 4 different departments. And then we also looked at new revenues in the form of property taxes and hotel taxes that would be generated by the project. And I'll give you some numbers for both of those. As I mentioned, this structure, you're allowed a one-time cost as the project gets started to make an investment in the infrastructure needed to serve the project by town departments, and then there'll be a series of annual ongoing payments negotiated in this host agreement. I wanted to start off to say, to conduct this analysis, we worked extensively with your outstanding municipal department heads. No one else understands their operations as well as they do. In particular, I'd like to thank Town Administrator Rick Villani, Assessor Priscilla Hogan, Fire Chief Toohey, Police Chief O'Laughlin, Superintendent Tremblay, and their colleagues and staff for all of their cooperation in meeting with us, answering our phone calls, emails, and pulling together documentation for us. I also want to emphasize, because our role is an independent advisor, is that we benchmark their requests and their needs against what we've seen in other projects across the country to sort of assess reasonableness. The next series of slides, I'll go through each department, what they've requested and what's been agreed to in the mitigation agreement to address the additional services that they will be needing to provide. Starting with the police. Your department, you currently have 45 officers. They answered 25,000 calls in 2012 on a $5 million annual budget. The town is currently divided into 4 sectors with an additional downtown patrol. The casino project would be located in sectors A and D. And the most calls in the past year were in Sector B. The sector is slightly larger, more dense, and has commercial activity on 109. So to address the effects of the project, we proposed creating a new sector that would deal specifically with the casino. This would require the hiring of, 9 new patrol officers, 2 new vehicles, 2 radio receivers, and also a firing range, in addition to equipment for the individual personnel. Working with the police department, we estimated that this would require a one-time investment of approximately $340,000. Going forward, there will be ongoing expenses with these officers' salaries, benefits, pensions, annual equipment maintenance, etc. With these costs, we estimate that the total annual operating fee would be approximately $1.4 million. Your fire department is currently serviced out of 2 stations located on Spruce Street and Birch Street. Your existing department with 40 firefighters, they provide an outstanding service, but they're often not staffed to industry standards and only at 50% of the number of people per truck as you would have otherwise. But they're providing outstanding service to the town. What we propose for this project is increasing the number of staff at the Birch Street station to industry standards. This would, requirement for equipment, training, require a one-time payment of what's been agreed to with Foxwoods is $122,000. In addition, there's still discussion about the need for an additional equipment and renovations to the Birch Street station. We estimate that this would cost an additional $1.6 million. Foxwood and the town are still discussing the extent of this payment and what will be included in the host community agreement. So the 9 new staff members that would be hired to bring the Birch Street station up to capacity, there would be an annual payment to cover the costs of their salaries, benefits, equipment, etc. We estimate this would be approximately $1.1 million. School system. Milford has a fabulous school system in 7 different schools. You have over 4,000 students, 350 teachers, all providing an outstanding level of service. We understand that, as evident by the amount of funding to the school system, the importance of children, that you're very concerned about maintaining the quality of your school system in the future. We conducted an analysis that actually used a different methodology from what Steve did, but resulted in a similar estimate of the number of new households with public school children that would likely move to the area. We estimated, based on performance information provided in the gaming study, that the project would generate about 3,300 employees. This is total jobs. This is based on our model. And with Steve's estimate on an order of magnitude basis, they're about the same number. We estimate that about 5% of employees would move here from outside the region for the job opportunities, some relocations. This is similar to the estimates provided by Foxwoods. We've also benchmarked this against other similar projects in Pennsylvania and Maryland. As Steve discussed, it's in the casino's interest to hire local. Foxwoods is only an hour away, so we think new household location in the region will be pretty minimal. But some people may come. Looking at existing commuting patterns in the region and percentage of the workforce in Milford that lives in the town, we estimate that approximately 47 households might choose to live in Milford. And to be conservative and assume there's only 1 Foxwoods employee per household, and based on your average household size as is, we estimate that this would generate approximately 20 new students. So as you can see, different methodology, but very similar number. So currently the cost per student is just over $10,000. We did an analysis using the Commonwealth of Massachusetts state funding formula, the town of Milford's foundation budget to estimate what the current Commonwealth town split is now and how that would change as your rateable changed with the new investment in the town. And we found that, with these 20 new students, the state would continue to pay a share and the town would continue to pay a share. So we estimated that the town's cost per student, just over $6,000, which would result in a total cost of $121,000 a year. Next slide. Now, we understand, as I've said, schools are very important to the community, and there's a lot of uncertainty about the types of students that could move in, their special needs. These costs are expensive. So Foxwoods and the town are currently discussing a reopener clause that would allow further discussions of payments to the school system if actual conditions are different than what we currently predict today. And finally, we estimated a general administrative cost to the town. The 7 million visitors a year, 19,000 visitors daily, there'll be more people coming to City Hall, applying for permits, et cetera. And so, given the demand on administrative departments and based on precedents we've looked at other places, we estimate that it might be a 5% increase on the current municipal budget for departments that are not considered specifically elsewhere in this analysis. So we estimate that there should be a $200,000 general administrative payment. This is still pending further discussions between Foxwoods and the town. And this slide just gives you an overview of what we think the mitigation impacts are on city departments. These are the all-in numbers that include the two items with the fire department in terms of the ladder and renovations, 1.6 million, that's pending discussion, and the 200,000 annual administrative costs. But you can see, in the middle column, we're estimating about a $2 million one-time cost, and on the annual, about a $2.8 million annual payment to the town. Now this property, they will be full-paying taxpayers. So you're also going to get substantial new revenue from property taxes and hotel taxes. In fact, we estimate that the project could generate about $20 million a year in tax revenues, and that's in addition to the mitigation payment. So just to give you an overview, we assessed the property at approximately $650 million. This is based on a replacement cost methodology that is often used in these types of large-scale projects for which they're either not comparables and they're not income capitalization approaches. Applying your existing tax rate translates into approximately $19 million a year. You currently have a hotel tax of 6%. Using information from Foxwoods based on their expected hotel room revenues, we estimate this could generate approximately $850,000 a year in hotel room tax revenues for the town. So this revenue, the town will have a choice of how you want to use these funds. You can use these funds to enhance municipal services. You can use these funds to lower your property taxes. You can use these funds to make investments in the schools. And you can use these funds to undertake capital projects. It'll be your choice as a community. And lastly, I just want to go over a few slides that we have conducted an economic impact analysis that's a little bit higher level than what Steve covered. However, we look at the effects that ripple throughout the region in Massachusetts to kind of get you a sense of the larger impacts in this project on the area. We looked at two types of impacts. The one-time impacts from construction based on the nearly $1 billion in spending, and then the ongoing annual impacts based on casino operations. And when we run these analysis, we look at the impacts at different levels. Foxwoods is making this investment in the town of Milford, but that first round of direct spending will lead to a second round of indirect spending that we call business spending, as it ripples throughout the economy. And then there's a third level of spending called induced spending, that is households who are earning wages from the project and from suppliers affiliated with the project spend money on groceries, restaurants, et cetera, in the community. To kind of give you an overview, we looked at Milford as part of Worcester County. It's on the edge of the county. These models are never perfect in that because they're drawn on geographic boundaries, but it'll have a broad impact on the area. And this community will start to see significant benefits starting with construction. While the final numbers, will be contingent on the final construction budget, we estimate that it'll generate over 4,000 jobs, an additional 900 jobs in the county and the Commonwealth overall. This translates into compensation and economic output in the region. This just provides an overview on kind of a geographic basis of how the impacts break out by sector. Next slide. And Steve covered this already. It's going to bring over 3,000 jobs to the town, and this will spur additional jobs as Foxwoods purchases from local suppliers and new household income is generated that's spent throughout the community. This just provides sort of the breakdown by geography. Next slide. And kind of just to sum up, the economic benefits, of this project, in addition to the direct on-site jobs, are these multiplier jobs from additional spending, and this generates additional compensation and additional economic spending in the region. While most of the traffic will be on the casino site, we expect it will generate some overflow spending to the community, additional hotel room nights, et cetera. Those are more challenging to quantify, but from our experience, certainly they're demonstrated on a qualitative basis.
The report that Carolyn put together is online. The slide that she just put up will be online probably tomorrow, I would think. And the economic impact study that she summarized in the last 2 or 3 slides, she's just finishing that, and that'll be what?
Probably like next week or so.
Okay, we'll get that posted as soon as we get it. Sounds like about a week from now. With that, Selectmen first. And Bill's already standing, so.
I'm not sure where to begin. And I preface that simply because there are a lot of these reports I received yesterday and last night, and frankly, there often needs to be time to sleep and work and do all the other things. So with that, I'm going to reiterate my comments before that these reports are far too late for us to do reasonable analysis. We have some very smart people in this community, and I share a board with smart people, and I'm not sure we're able to go through all of this in the time that it takes. I don't know why we can't get it on a Thursday or Friday before a presentation. If it's a function of labor, I would ask you to increase it and pass on those costs to Foxwoods. I have to comment on something, and it's an observation I have from the audience. There were a lot of paid union people holding Foxwoods signs out in front of our Milford High School. I'm not sure who they're paid by, but they represented that if they weren't there, they would be fined by the union. They're not here tonight, and they're not in this room, but about 15 or 20 came in vehicles. They don't care about what happens to the water because they're not listening to this presentation. They don't care about the local economy. They care about their own interests. I'm not sure who was paying them, but they were holding Foxwood signs. We've worked very hard to make sure that outside influences didn't influence this process, and I'm extremely disappointed in the fact that they're out there. If they're carrying the signs of Foxwood and Foxwoods is supplying them, I'd ask them to tread lightly. I think I saw in the presentation from the Foxwoods representative as it regards to labor that half of our unemployed will be hired by Foxwoods. Is that a rough approximation?
Yes.
So the question for Foxwoods, would they be willing to make that a commitment in a host agreement that half of the unemployed would be employed and that those numbers could be binding?
My name's Bob Allen. I'm the attorney representing Foxwoods, Mass. Chairman Buckley, if we get to the point where we're able to negotiate a host agreement, certainly that would be a part of the discussion. We take everything that the town has requested and Sid's office has requested under consideration, and if that's one of the more important goals to the community, certainly we would consider that.
All right, because I noticed in other host agreements, it simply says best effort for local hire.
Yeah, and I think there's a significant reason behind using those words such as best efforts, because you don't know the makeup of these type of people, the willingness of these type of people, the desires of these type of people to work in this industry. So that's the question mark here. So I think it's difficult to say, yes, we'll employ that much, but it's certainly something we would enjoy talking about if we get to the point of a host community agreement.
I would enjoy it as well, and you can count on it being there. But we don't have any reservation in putting it on a slide and saying that we're going to hire half of the residents, half of the unemployed in Milford. That's a comment. It's rhetorical. It doesn't require a response. You can note some of the frustration that I'm seeing as representatives of Foxwood give presentations to our community, yet reluctant to put those types of words into host agreements. Problem gambling. I'm still unclear on the problem gambling side, the net effect to Milford. And frankly, with all the slides, there's a little frustration, and I'm sure you share it as well, that we have to use benchmarks from outside. But I don't see any quantitative or qualitative analysis that will actually talk about the problem gambling and its impact on the community that's going to be voting on it. I did note that one of the comments in the slide is that 2 to 3% of gambling was within 50 miles. I'm not sure what we do or how we extrapolate, but I'd ask for additional data on what happens if it's within 2 miles. Another comment was that problem gambling is addressed at the state level. This community has to deal with that. Before it makes an informed decision, it has to understand what its impact is going to be on its community, because the problems are felt at the local level and at the family level. So I'd like additional data as it relates to what happens to a community that has a casino within 2 miles. What I'm not getting out of this report are things that are requested from the legislation. I don't understand the impact on the local and regional economy. I don't understand the impact on cultural institutions and small businesses within the host community. That is yet to be quantified, and it's not in any of these reports. Anecdotally, there are bullets that talk about it, but there's no information on it. It's required by legislation. I think this community is entitled to it, and I'm asking for it. It says the gaming licensee shall meet with municipally owned and not-for-profit entertainment venues located within the Commonwealth to discuss mitigation plan. I guess when I'm looking at financial and total impact, social and economic, I'm looking for the total picture. It's not been presented here, and I'd like some additional information when it talks about negative impact of development on operations such as live entertainment venues and the impact it'll have on, say, things like our symphony orchestra and some of that. You know, casino towns tend to have a wide variety of social ills that are pretty well documented. Not to mention the gambling transient population and the influx of 7 million new visitors a year. I don't want to quibble on the extent of the impact, but I do want to say, and I agree with the slide as it relates to crime, that crime will be going up. There's no doubt that will happen. The crime increase is attributed to, on the slides, a function of the total population. Either way, there's additional crime in the community. I'm not totally sure that we know how to mitigate that. And I don't think there's a police officer, a police chief, a fire chief that will tell you they can mitigate those crimes. We'll have more officers responding to the scene of the crime, and we'll have more firefighters capable of using jaws of life if there is a DUI. But mitigating that impact on what might be a family member is certainly not possible 100% of the time. So with the influx of new people and 7 million a year, we do expect increases in crime, and the question really for the community is ultimately going to be, what's their risk aversion? Is it worth it? I understand Everett's risk aversion. They've got a 200-acre dump site. I understand Springfield's risk aversion. They have an very economically depressed area. And I might be saying different things talking to you, and I might have a different risk aversion if we were in a different scenario. So when we use those benchmarks, please keep those in mind. So again, I didn't see anything on pre-existing businesses and their ability to compete for the same consumer dollars that are being converted to gambling dollars. You know, I want to get back to the crime for a second because, you know, this is just the equivalent of saying, of course there's more crime, there's more people. But much of the decision-making that the Milford community will go through in the next few months will be, what is it like with a casino, and what is it like without? That additional crime should not be underplayed. And I'm not sure how easily we're able to say it's less likely to be a crime on a local resident. I'm not sure how we do that, but it did reference that in the report. On the financial impact. The financial impact focused on the municipality. That is municipal government exclusively. It did not provide any detail as to what will happen locally with existing businesses, hotels, restaurants. And as a matter of fact, it was less than comprehensive when it talked about the impact to municipal government. So for the person that presented that from H&A, I have one question. What was the basis of the $200,000 additional dollars? Why were significant aspects of our municipal government left out of that process? Where is the inspection department? Where is the health department? Where is the impact on our law department, our administrative overhead? Where is the rest of the impact, and where are the department heads in that process? I see a $200,000 number, but I don't know the basis of it, and frankly, I don't know if it covers the overhead. And I'm not sure that anybody here understands whether that does or not. I looked at a lot of slides prior to this meeting that Foxwood presented, and they presented a number of $2.5 million going to the police department. We've now come to learn that that didn't come nearly close to covering the overhead. Their additional the one-time costs and the ongoing costs far exceed that $2.5 million that was being thrown around by Foxwoods. When we dug a little deeper, we found the costs were much higher. I'm telling you that this analysis of our municipal government was incomplete, and it did not include the right people or enough of the right people to be able to calculate what its cost is on municipal government. I don't understand why we're doing these reports this way, and I don't know why our consultants are representing us this way. But I'm very disappointed in some of the output, and I'm very disappointed at the timing of that output. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Bill. Any questions from the other two selectmen?
Yes, I have a couple.
Excuse me, Sid, that was more than a statement. I had some questions in there, and I expect them to get answered.
Plan on it. I can do some of them now if you like, Bill. Okay.
Yeah, I think if Steve could get up, please. How you doing, Steve?
Excellent, thank you.
Good.
How are you doing?
On the, let me see. On the hiring, that's always a very important in the town of Milford, especially with what happened several years ago. So, any host agreement, because I know we've talked, Monday night we asked Mr. Butera, and he said it would be, no question. So any hiring done at the casino would have the image through ICE and also I-9 and E-Verify and all that. So anybody hired would be a legal resident.
Yes, that's correct. Absolutely.
Is this how it's done at Foxwoods now?
You have to be a legal resident today. I can't speak to the full HR hiring policies at Foxwoods today, as I don't work at Foxwoods. But what I can tell you is, working in the gaming industry, I've never heard of a situation where people are hiring illegal immigrants, at least for casinos in the United States.
Okay.
It's not an issue.
On the school enrollment, that's another important issue. Can you just briefly, and I know, is it Carolyn? Yes. I know Carolyn used a different methodology than you used, but
Sure.
I think you came up with the same results. Can you talk about that again? Because I think that's important. The numbers, how you derived at that, and actually, and did you have discussions with the superintendent of schools?
Let me grab this real quick here. My reports, like, make sure I get the math correct as I went through the numbers to get to that 21. You know, of the total number of people that need to relocate, which I believe is 168, I believe the assumption was that 50% of those people choose to relocate to within 10 minutes of the casino, and that 25% of those people would actually move to the town of Milford. And then what we assumed beyond that to get to the 21, we looked at the percentage of people between K to 12, how many students there would be in an average family of K to 12, which is actually a number of about 0.4 in the city of, in the town of Milford. And we actually just assumed 1 to be very conservative, to make sure that we wanted to overestimate the number, the impact on the schools versus underestimate it. And that's specifically how we came up with the number of 1. I personally did not speak with a superintendent of schools, but I did speak with Bob, and I understood various issues around it. But quite frankly, that had I spoken or had I not spoken with the superintendent of schools, that wouldn't have influenced what I believe the appropriate numbers of how many students would impact the school system. My goal is to just get to an unbiased number of how many kids are actually going to be probably being enrolled into the school system in Milford from this development.
As far as hiring is concerned, I don't know if you're the right person, but I don't know who's here from Foxwoods tonight. But what's the average tenure for let's say, a worker at Foxwoods? How long do they stay at the company?
I personally can answer that. Alan, I don't know if you can answer that. We'll get that answer. We don't have the knowledge base here today to answer the exact.
Okay, the reason why, because you talk about benefits and all that, and from the charts, it seems that some of those jobs are good-paying jobs with good benefits. But the reason why I asked that, if Foxwoods, for example, if you know, if the average stay is 15, 17 years, then you would probably surmise that they're relatively satisfied working at Foxwoods. Where if it's only a year or 2 years, then that would be kind of a problem. So that's why I asked the question.
I can tell you from looking at the breakdown, I did look at their breakdown by department, by position, and understand what their average pay is, you know, hourly pay and annual pay, and I know how those figures compare to casinos I've seen in other jurisdictions. Many of those hourly rates are very strong compared to other jurisdictions, and I suspect the reason that is because you have many employees that have been there for many years and keep getting their raises.
We will get you that number, though, Dino.
Yeah. And Carolyn, if you could go up to the podium again, please.
Thank you.
So in one of the presentations, you talked about what the school department would like. Well, let's talk about police and fire. You talked about all the individuals, the cars, and all that stuff. And how was that information obtained? Was that obtained from speaking and discussing those issues with the both chiefs?
Yeah, we spent, and you know, the chiefs, sorry, and the chiefs can vouch for this. They're probably tired of hearing from me, but yeah, we met with them in person. We did phone calls, and we really had very detailed discussions of their operations, what they are today, and what they think they need to service this project. Coming up, for example, for police, the idea of adding an additional sector is a typical approach taken in other communities, with these types of projects. And then we've also had, detailed discussions with the fire department about, ensuring that the Birch Street station, the additional staff, so they're up to industry standards, to make sure that, there's adequate protection for both the project and then should a secondary incident arise at the same time.
Okay, so the charts that you placed on the screen, detailing what the police and fire. And then, once again, it's in a discussion stage, so it could be more or less, or whatever the case may be. But those particular charts was the result of direct discussions with Chief O'Laughlin and Chief Toohey, what their needs were.
Yep.
And it wasn't a situation, I'm just asking, it wasn't a situation where if they asked for, let's say, 50 items, that only 10 were included. So was that pretty inclusive?
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, and I think, we have definite agreement on these items.
Okay. And can you just briefly talk again about the zipper clause where, as far as the schools are concerned, if there's an impact of more children, then we can go back? Can you explain that again, please?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Sid to talk about the reopener clause.
The way the host community agreement will work is there's a provision that will say this is what's estimated for schools, for instance, $122,000. I think Mr. Tremblay pointed out that, if you have special ed kids, that price goes up, that dollar amount that the town pays for goes up. So there will be a provision in all these mitigation impacts that says, we refer to it as a reopener. In other words, if we find that, there are half those kids have to be special needs kids that cost $15,000, I forget what the number was, Bob, but X number of additional dollars, that provision, quote, reopens, the $122,000 turns into, making up a number, $300,000, whatever that is. So you will see that throughout the mitigation impacts. So when the fire chief agreed that this is the right set of numbers for the annual, and he's not in agreement with developer, and the developer's not in agreement with him on the one-time costs, but on the annual costs, there will be a, quote, reopener in that as his costs go up somewhere down the line, CPI or something like that, that dollar amount will, quote, reopen, and a higher dollar amount will be paid.
Okay, yeah, we haven't, and I think this is a good beginning as far as delineating some of the items of the host agreement, but the selectmen have not been involved in that process. At the end of the day, if it does go to that, the selectmen will be making the decisions on what is actually drafted and what comes out of that. And I think I think I can say very safely as a senior member that whatever comes out of that host agreement, I think a significant proportion of the dollars will be allocated towards the average taxpayer in trying to lower the taxes for the average taxpayer. So I think it's nice that you put all those things on the board. I think it's a good beginning point. I know Attorney Villani and our town engineer has been working with town council and, getting some of those numbers because you have to start somewhere. But we'll make the last determination on what goes forward if we're at that point with a host agreement. And I'm sure that a significant portion of the monies coming in will be allocated to the taxpayer because I think this is a project that affects all the people of Milford, and I think the average taxpayer should be getting something out of it in a significant way. So I just want to make sure that, you know, that's not the final design, the final plan, because the selectmen will be the ones who determine that. That's all. Thank you, Caesar.
Just very briefly, let me try to stay on the crime issue a little bit. I looked over the reports, and this was from, I got reports here. Was it the HRA one or the innovation group that focused on the 5 or 6 other residential or suburban casinos throughout the country? It's the innovation group study. And you know, all of those studies basically concluded that there was no apparent increase in crime related to the casino, specifically in these different areas. But you know, in this area of crime, you know, personally, I defer to our town experts, and I view the police department as our town experts and our town representatives. I also believe the initial estimates of what we thought the costs were going to be, I think were higher than actually what came through. So I'd like to hear from the representative from our police department that the department is in fact satisfied with the analysis put forth, that there was participation in that analysis, and the measures that are proposed are more than adequate to address the concerns. So I know the Deputy Chief is here, and if you could just brief us on that, I'd appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Jim Herron. I'm the Deputy Chief of Police for the Milford Police Department. I got these reports yesterday myself. I think it's a 40-something page report on the impact on crime. That report alludes to a dozen or so other studies that have been done across the country in the last 10 to 20 years. Some of the studies conflict with each other, only in the sense that I think they put in different values, and that sticking point would be whether you include the 20,000 visitors per day as part of your population. So if you don't, crime increases. If you do, crime stays steady or follows the national trend. However way you cut it, there's going to be an increase in call for services for the Milford Police Department. Chief O'Laughlin has put together a plan, and he's asked for a significant amount of resources and assets that he feels, and I feel, will adequately cover those increase in calls for service. You have the specifics on there. I don't think you need me to, or would you like me to go into the specifics of the assets and the personnel that's been asked for? I think when Caroline first gave her presentation, it was 9 police officers and 4 dispatchers and 2 police vehicles and some radio equipment.
Let me just ask you this, Deputy Chief, in terms of timing. As a representative of the department, is the Milford Police Department satisfied with the proposal as put forth right now?
Yes, we are. Chief O'Laughlin was following this project all along, and he sat and had discussions, and he looked at information on his own. All those studies are available if you Google. They've been out there for a long time. I Googled a few of them myself. It says the same thing. So there's no dispute there. There's going to be an increase in call for service. I'm not sure exactly what the percent was, but the numbers that the chief put together and the assets and resources we asked for, we're satisfied that it would more than sufficiently cover the increase in calls for service.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask the fire chief to make a similar type presentation.
Good evening. My name's John Toohey. I'm the fire chief. To answer Selectman Murray's question, the fire department is satisfied with the process to date. We've come to an agreement on the needs that will satisfy our response to the complex as it is developed, as it's proposed right now. What we're looking to do is add 4 lieutenants and 4 firefighters at the Birch Street Station in addition to our existing staff. That will bring that station up to more in compliance with NFPA standards to allow the first engine companies to come in with adequate staffing to address the needs, supplemented by the staffing at the Spruce Street Station. In addition to that, we're bringing on board an additional administrative lieutenant that will handle additional inspections that will be created by the development. We're going to have a number of liquor establishments in there which require annual inspections, and the hotels themselves require the same. The project, or the proposal as we've agreed to so far, gives us some additional monies and equipment to support those new staff members. What's still up in the air is the negotiations over the capital improvement items that we're looking for, which is the ladder truck and station work at the Birch Street Station. That was constructed back in 1991. It's up on the capital improvement plan right now for, I think it's about 2 years out, for some renovation work to bring it back up to speed, if you will, in addition to the training facility out in the back. But in a general statement, we are satisfied with what we have on the table right now.
And you've been satisfied with the level of your participation in this process?
Yeah, we've had a couple of little gaps in the middle there where information was maybe not as forthcoming as I would have liked to have seen, but in the last week and a half or so, we've had numerous conversations back and forth, both with HR&A and with the water side of it, with the consultants there, to make sure that we're all satisfied and on the same page with what the recommended fire flow would be, and how the water system would be designed so that we have some looping of the system so that we have an adequate water supply in the event of one main would break. We'd have the ability to shut it down and make a water supply coming in from a different direction.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I just maybe have a couple of other questions that focus on the labor force, and I didn't bring that report with me tonight, but could you just run through briefly the methodology used again in terms of estimating Milford residents that would be employed, and then also how you're coming up with the opinion of the percentage of folks from out of town that are going to be coming here?
Sure. First, I'd like to address the Milford residents specifically. Today, the Milford unemployment rate is about 6%. And I estimated with 3,200 jobs being created by the casino, to get the unemployment rate down to 3.5%, which is the natural rate of unemployment, is a very realistic figure. Because we're talking about approximately, I forget the exact number, it was about 560 jobs that would be fulfilled by Milford residents. That represents approximately, is that 18%, 17%, if I do my math correctly, of the total force, of the total jobs at Foxwoods. And when you look at the type of jobs that will be being created, as only 168 of those jobs will be from outside of the area, people that live within Milford would be qualified to apply for those jobs. Most of these jobs will be people that are trained for job-specific positions. Can I guarantee that the unemployment rate will go down to 3.5%? No, because I can't guarantee that those people will apply for jobs. And I can't guarantee that they'll want those jobs. But they are good jobs, they are paying jobs, and if the people unemployed in Milford want to stand up and apply for a job, I suspect that they would be qualified for it. I cannot make any guarantees on behalf of Fox's hiring policy, but logic would dictate that you would want to have employees that live nearby and are good people. And I would say people in Milford definitely qualify for that. In terms of the number of people specifically relocating to Milford, what we did for that was we took the total number of people who were moving in from out of the region, which I believe the number was approximately 168. We then estimated that 50%, if I have the math, I believe it was 50% of those people will relocate to within a 10-minute drive of the casino, and that approximately 25% of those would actually move into Milford. So that was a specific methodology that we used.
And I guess, how did you come up with those assumptions, those percentage guesses or assumptions, I'll call it?
No, that's fair enough. What we did is we looked at overall. Look at the statistics where, the average commute time in the state of Massachusetts is 27 minutes. which you could argue that, well, that means that half the people take longer than 27 minutes and half do not. But in our opinion, you know, when people are moving in for a job, they're going to want to try to live locally. So they're going to want to have a shorter commute. So to assume that half of them would want to live within 10 minutes, we believe is reasonable and probably, you know, probably conservative. You know, is it 50% or is it only 25%? I couldn't answer that. I don't think it's more than 50%. Were there studies available for when you open up a casino, how far away people live? No. It was more based on a reasonableness check of what makes sense as we look at this. You know, is it reasonable to assume that half of the people will want to live within 10 minutes? Yes, it is. Could it be 25%? Maybe, which would mean less people moving in the community. And then in terms of the 25% actually going into Milford, was really looking in the drive time zone of 10 minutes and understanding the other communities around here. And it appeared reasonable that 25% would move into Milford.
And in terms of the level of pay of these particular jobs, I know you did have a slide up there with a grid showing the different categories. Was that developed through the actual employment of Foxwoods at present?
It was developed on a couple of items. First of all, I had Foxwoods break down their labor force at their casino down by department, down by specific level of employee in terms of line, supervisor, manager, and executive, broken down by department, how much they get paid if they're hourly employees, what is their hourly pay, in terms of wages, you know, for salaried employees, what are the salaries that they're paid, and I broke them down very specifically to that item. We then took those figures and we adjusted them for what the staffing levels would look like at Foxwoods, Massachusetts. And that was based on, I've done numerous labor schedules for casinos across the United States, and I staffed up the entire Foxwoods, Massachusetts casino. I then did share that with Foxwoods representatives saying, guys, I understand how you hire, how you operate. I want to make sure you're comfortable with these figures and how you think you'd probably operate your facility. And they looked at them and had very minor comments and said, okay. So we went with those figures, and that's specifically how we broke that up. And in terms of the wages, you know, how much will people get paid here versus Foxwoods today? Specifically for the wages, I took the figures today and I inflated them by 5%. Why did I inflate them by 5%? Because I use a stabilized year, I believe, for 2017, which is 5 years into the future. So I thought a 5% inflation rate on wages and rates would be very fair. And for the benefits specifically, I took what Foxwoods pays for benefits today, and I inflated that by 15%, as benefits seem to continually going up outrageous percentages in today's society. So I thought a 15% increase was very fair.
Okay. Thank you. I'm all set.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have 24 people that have signed in. Again, if you could limit your question to 3 minutes, and as much as I know that many of you are very passionate about your statements, if you could try to restrict yourself to questions, it would be appreciated. Randy Chamberlain is first, Forest Street. Mr. Chamberlain, are you here? Okay. Mr. Contantino? Great. You can use this one if you want.
My question is, I listened to some of the young women talking about what they found out for information, okay? Now, you work for Milford as consultant, am I right?
Yes.
You two young lady there on the table?
Yes.
You or you? Yeah. You work for Milford as a consultant?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Who paid you?
The town pays us, and the town gets its money from the developer.
Who?
The town pays us, and it gets its money from the developer.
All right. All right, my question for you now is, All that I'm hearing tonight over here is the same stories over and over and over again from you people. You come back with different, somebody asks a question, then you come back with something different. You're not too specific what you come back with. Hereafter, if you have any more, be very specific of what you tell us. I know one of the selectmen was asking you, you people don't have straight answers anymore. You keep the sliding, okay? Next time, have direct answers for them.
Stuart Downs?
Stu Downs, 2 Berkeley Road, Milford. I guess I got 2 or 3 questions, comments. First of all, the sociology part of this presentation, I thought there was a lot of things that weren't discussed that should have been discussed, so okay. I'm just going to rattle through them quickly.
Sure.
I didn't see anything about medical events at the casino, how much medical events there are per 1,000 visitors or whatever, how many events per day that would require EMTs, how many ambulance runs we could expect at the Milford Hospital. I'd like data on that.
Sure, we can get that.
I didn't see anything about the ugly side of gaming. The first time I went to Las Vegas was a trip from California where I had to stay over at the weekend on business. And so I went to Vegas on my own, checked in at the casino, and within 10 minutes had a flyer under the door listing all the call girls in the area. As soon as I walked out the front door of the casino, I was approached by 2 or 3 gentlemen who had little pills to sell. A couple of years later, I had the opportunity to take the wife back to Vegas, and we had a lovely 2 or 3 days, and I was, because I assume because she was with me, I didn't have that same experience. I didn't hear anything about prostitution. I didn't hear anything about drugs tonight. And I'm not a prude, but I know that if we've got a casino, it's going to be a magnet for criminals to come and visit our community. And so, you know, along those lines, I didn't see any of the professionals here tonight present data from the Las Vegas police force, from the Reno, from the Connecticut communities that have casinos. I mean, can't we even get the police logs and say, out of so many calls a year, these are domestic related, these are casino related, so we can get a feel for both the increase and the type and the diversity of issues which our police force is going to have to deal with.
Sure.
Okay?
We discussed, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I would like to see that. The other piece of this, and I've never run a casino, so, you know, I'm an amateur.
Sure.
And I recognize that. But could we get data from, like, the Norfolk, Connecticut police force and the town on what they see for the Foxwoods casino? Could we have the security person who currently runs Foxwoods come up and go through his logs for the past year as to what situations the internal security people have dealt with, how frequent they are, what type they are? Because the only thing we've heard tonight is that, you know, crime will be roughly the same. The only thing that's going to go up is purse snatching. Well, common sense tells me that is a load of horse manure. We've got the data's out there. This is a common sense issue with me. We've struggled for weeks to get data on the table. This is a situation where the data exists, Foxwoods has it, it may not be pretty in some cases, but they should share it with the community. And with that, I'm going to sit down because I'm annoyed.
Thank you. Sure. Jump in.
Just to address some of those concerns, I know that the police chief of Milford did meet with the police chief down by Foxwoods to understand situations that they incur down there. And in general, it's frustrating for me to hear comparisons to Las Vegas. I understand that that's your only basis for a casino in a gaming jurisdiction, but Las Vegas is a completely different model from regional gaming. Regional gaming's goal is to provide entertainment to the people who live around it locally. People who go to Vegas to have a very adult experience for 2 or 3 nights. It's very different from people who are here who are going to the casino to relax, to sit at a slot machine, to play. Las Vegas is not a fair comparison. Foxwoods would be a fair comparison. Casinos in New York would be a fair comparison, and casinos in Pennsylvania are a very fair comparison, as is Maine. But Las Vegas really is a different model. They operate differently, they market differently. It's really a different ballgame.
Well, I talked about Vegas, and I talked about personal experiences, and I talked about Foxwoods, Connecticut, and other casinos around our area. And what I said was, bring the data and bring the professionals who run those organizations so we can see a comparison between the Vegas and the Foxwoods and the other casinos. If what you're saying is correct, we don't need you to tell us. We will see it in the data.
Fair enough.
Speaking specifically to Foxwoods, prior to the scheduling of these meetings, the police chief had scheduled his vacation many months ago. However, I've been in contact with him every day this week, including today, and he specifically told me that he traveled down to Foxwoods, met with the police chief down there, and he has all of their records for 2012. And he took that into account when putting together the plan, the mitigation plan for the Milford Police Department in the event this project was to go forward. Whether that gets shared with the board or the community at a later date after he returns from vacation, is a question. And I don't believe that he would try to hide anything, and those calls for service that they've had for all of 2012 would most likely be made available.
Thank you. Next question is from Bill Whitney, Cedar Street. Bill? Nope. Nope. Tim Spino. Is he still here? Hey, Tim.
How are you, Sid?
Good. Yourself?
Good. We're going to have some fun. First off, Dino, I think I can answer one question. I can't believe I'm doing this for Foxwoods, but you talked about the turnover. And you're probably aware that Scott Butera is the 6th person in his position since 2006. So in 7 years, he's the 6th person to be president of Foxwoods, Connecticut. I hope that helps you. Having said that, the residents of Milford have heard on more than one occasion from town selectmen and town council expressing a pleasure with your law firm, Sid, and you and your team are a very integral part of this whole process. So what I'd like to do is just get into that just a little bit here real quickly. Where I come from, when someone tells me that they work both sides of the issue, I expect to see on one side where they're talking for an issue, and then I expect to see on another side how they talk against a similar issue. So tonight what I'd like to do is just peel that onion a little bit and understand better how your firm has done this. Since around 2003, 2004, you and Scott Butera have had a close working relationship. I believe it was around the time in 2004, 2005 when Morgan Stanley came in and saved the Trump casino empire. Scott Butera was the CEO of the Trump Entertainment at that time, and you and your firm were representing Morgan Stanley.
That's wrong.
What is wrong with that? I'll stop right there.
He wasn't the CEO. I was put on the board of directors of Trump. First of all, this is completely off the topic, but go ahead. You've been dying to do this for the last 3 sessions. Number one, I was on the board of directors of Trump Entertainment. I was put there by Franklin Templeton and Morgan Stanley, 2 of the biggest shareholders in Trump Entertainment. Donald Trump was the CEO of the company. The COO was a different person. Scott Butera appeared for the period that he and I overlapped for about 9 months. He probably appeared at 2 board meetings, maybe 3. We had board meetings on a monthly basis. I had very little interaction with him, so I don't have any idea, Tim, where you come up with the concept of we have a close relationship. prior to this deal, I hadn't seen him since he left Trump, 2002, 2003, something like that. So I don't mind dealing with facts, but don't contort them to serve your own purpose.
I'm not trying to serve a purpose, and I am dealing
Well,
with
you
the
said I
facts,
was a
sir.
close personal relationship. I've never met the man's wife. I've never met the man's kids. I have no idea where he lives. I saw him for a 9-month
I close
period.
working relationship, and did you not on the board of directors?
Could I just interrupt again? And I'm sorry Scott couldn't be here tonight. He had a last minute. You know, we've spent a lot of time, energy, and money to put together this presentation. Our goal here is to really serve the community. We called this meeting. This is our meeting. We're here to learn about the social issues. You may have a problem with SIDS, but to be honest, it's not helping the outcome for us, for anybody in the audience. So take it offline, if you will, but we're
I'm not
really
going to
here.
take it offline. And your name is Allen, is that correct?
My name's Bob Allen, that's correct.
Okay, Bob Allen, this may be your presentation. This is our town.
I understand
You're
that.
trying to come into my town on a $1 billion investment.
Hey, wait a
and
minute,
Mr.
wait a minute. Stop, stop. Both of you
let's-
stop. Tim,
let's
did I
stay.
answer your question?
No, I'm not done. You didn't answer my question, because on the board of directors, you're the lead on the board of directors. Was it not part of your responsibility to influence the pay for the senior management and also their bonus and compensation packages?
Never looked at Scott Butera's pay or compensation package.
As an
in the 9
individual,
months.
no, but overall, you did have influence over.
Can we go to the next speaker?
I had
sir?
nothing to
We
do
gotta-
with Scott Butera. How much clearer can I make it? I had no interaction with him other than his attending 2 or 3 board meetings. I didn't set his compensation. I don't have any idea why he left. He simply resigned. I didn't have anything to do with him.
I'm
And
not
I
su-
haven't seen him in 6 or 7 years since then until he showed up here.
I'm not
Don't
sug-
talk to him.
Really? Okay.
Really?
Well, I'm not suggesting you're married to him. I'm not suggesting you have a
I just
close
told you
personal
the facts,
relationship.
Tim. When you get the facts and you don't like them, don't keep talking. I just told you the facts. You're attempting to impugn my integrity, and I won't put up with it. I haven't seen the man in 7 years prior to that. He was at the company. He showed up at 3 board meetings. I had nothing to do with him, didn't set his compensation, never talked to him after he left, and haven't seen him in 7 years.
So when the Keystone Redevelopment Group applied for the application for a Philadelphia casino, and you are listed as an applicant under the Keystone Redevelopment, and Scott Butera at the
Sid,
time
we have
was
to
part
move
of
on
that.
here, or, you know, we're wasting.
I don't know how many more times I can make it
Why is it when
clear.
you get some pushback, you feel like cutting back?
It's not pushback. This isn't
Just a
pushback.
minute.
This
I've
is-
answered the question. I have no idea what you're asking me to do other than I don't know him personally. He was there for a 9-month period while I was there. I was there for 2.5 years. I had no dealings with him. Period. Period.
We're okay.
Period.
Easy, Sid, easy.
Okay, so
easy.
move on.
Take a breath. The bottom line question becomes, with all that we had know about a potential relationship, whether it was personal or not, it was a business relationship.
What relationship? Tim, we're going to
You
move
worked
on.
at the
I'm
same
not listening
company.
anymore.
You
Move
worked
off.
at the same- you were-
Ask a question about the topic. We'll take this offline. You don't want to accept the facts. Move on to the next
You
question.
don't want to accept the facts? You
Move
don't
on
want
to
me
the
continue
next
with more
question.
facts?
Move on to the next question, Tim.
The question quite simply comes down to, with all of this that we know, from Indian organizations where you're a lobbyist, registered in Illinois, registered with the U.S. Senate, your answer to town council when you were approached on that was that it's a quirk in the law of the state of Illinois, and that it was on a single financial issue. Quite honestly, from 2003 until through 2005, on 11 separate occasions, 5 of the attorneys from your firm, including yourself, were working on issues for an Indian organization. So I'm sorry, I don't find that to be a quirk.
That's not true either. That's false.
It's a
false.
fact.
It's false.
It's a fact. You can't accept the
Tim,
facts.
this is a conversation about social impacts. What's it got to do with the fact that you've
It's
got
a
a bone to pick with
conversation
me?
about a $1 billion investment coming
I've
into my
just
town.
told you you're wrong.
Really?
Flat wrong.
Really?
False.
Really?
I'm not. Here,
Really?
we'll do it this way. You keep talking if you like. Eat up everybody else's time.
I'm not going to eat up everybody
talking to
else's
you
time.
about it.
Here's the problem I have with you, Sid. Very good. You'll have your time. You'll have your time. Take it easy. You'll have your time. You'll have your time.
The 3 minutes
With
is
all
up,
of this, you expect the residents of this town to accept you and your law firm can be objective in your advice to us on this casino issue And further, you expect us to imagine that there are no perceived or real conflict of interest concerns here. That's my question. They have it, and they haven't answered.
Let me answer this, ladies and gentlemen, if I can. I'm Jerry Moody, Town Council in Milford. I was instrumental in bringing the firm of Shesky and Froelich here for a very simple reason, and the Board of Selectmen agreed. We wanted a firm that had experience, a breadth of experience in all aspects of gaming, that was known nationwide, and that obviously has been involved in all sides of gaming. We want that. We want to make sure that we have the best advice that's available to the people of Milford. And to do that, you have to have people with this kind of breadth of experience. You don't hire some law firm that has no experience at all and then just hope for the best. I come to this process in labor negotiations. I've represented both sides. That's a positive for the town of Milford when it comes to labor negotiations. So the experience that this firm has brought is crucial, and they've been involved in representing municipalities across the country. They've been involved in representing gaming interests at times on other things. We want that experience. This is something the board wanted, so that ultimately what comes before the people of Milford, if something does come, will be the best result possible. The Board of Selectmen are going to make the final decisions in all respects. They'll get advice from me, they'll get advice from Shesky and Froelich, and from a lot of other people. But again, we wanted that experience, and we wanted those relationships, so they've got the knowledge of the industry. It's crucial.
Did you invite another law firm? Did you review any other law firms?
I spoke to other law firms, but what we wanted was the best, and this was the best. Was the best.
Well, then they got the trifecta. They're in the city of Taunton, they're in the city of Springfield, and they're in the town of Milford. There was no one else available that had that type of experience?
Next, Tim, next.
Very good.
Next.
Now we see how this
Move
is
on.
conducted.
Move on. That was softball? Tim. Lloyd Curry, please. I don't blame you. Dave Dillingham, I think? On 15, I can't quite read the handwriting. Number 7? Nope.
No.
Okay, Joseph, I think Joseph had already spoken. Bob Renegan? Sorry. Pass? Okay. Jose Costa?
Good evening, Jose Costa from Virginia Drive. I'm up here today. My question coming in and again not seeing a report at all was really dealing with the schools, and I'll explain my background there. But I can't help but listening to the other conversations about crime, especially the minor impacts, and seeing things up there about establishing crime watch groups, which we really don't have in our town today, and no one seeing that as a mitigation for our town. That's not something I'm looking forward to. But the thing I want to read to you, it's not anything I'm making up. This is an article from the New York Times, February 13, 2012, and it reads, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania collects grant to fight crime at new casino. It says, King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, with a new casino set to open in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania this spring, law enforcement officials are looking at ways to keep alleged mob figures away from the gambling establishment. Montgomery County District Attorney Risa Furman says they are well aware of what's happening in other jurisdictions where casinos have opened. This is not me making it up, New York Times. Let me get to the point of why I'm up here. I was a member of the school committee. There's actually there's 4 other former members in this room here, and there's current members in this room here tonight. And you know, it's listening to the numbers that you present up there. There's really no data that somebody's stated earlier really to back it up. I heard your comments about these are your assumptions, your best guesses, this is what you think. There's nothing there. When you look at the traffic, when we sat here and laughed at 12 cars going through Route 16, and now we sit here and we hear 21 children coming to our school, when you have something of this size, it doesn't make sense. And I was involved when I came on a committee in 2001. We were just presenting to the town a new plan to change, basically to build new schools and fix some of the schools we currently had. And in order to do that, we hired a consultant that we selected from an interview process similar to what Jerry just described. And we went through the process, and when we sat down with them, it was back and forth for a year or so. And the current selectmen know that. They were involved in this process. A lot of the town officials were actually involved in this process. And to hear now the questions come back about, especially with Chief Toohey, about the question that Selectman Attorney Murray asked about, you know, how you're happy with the process, and he said it took a week. It really just started going after a week and a half. We're talking about something so major as this in our community, and you're trying to tell us that the data that you're presenting was done in a week and a half? And here we, you know, from a school committee experience, it took, yeah, I know you're shaking your head, say that's not the case, but it is the case. That's the conversation. The situation is, this consultant we hired would come back and forth, meet with different people in the community, get the numbers, get birth rates, get everything. There's so much that goes into it. And so for me to sit here and hear 21 new families is incredible. I heard the superintendent was on the radio where he had a conversation with the school superintendent down in the area where Foxwoods is located. And you know, what the statement that was made, and also I've heard this also that from a video that was done by the Foxborough people, it was a major increase in ELL students. ELL basically students that don't speak English is not their first language and that require to be put in a separate room or some other accommodations being made. And that's a major cost. Our plan when we built these schools, the ones that are in place right now, the plan was to meet a 30-year, 40-year projection with the current figures. If the figures change, most of the schools that we have in this town cannot accommodate an increase because of where they're located or because of wetlands or other issues. Therefore, if your numbers are incorrect and the influx of students that come into this area is greater than what you're saying, we're not talking about, when you said you would open this up again, we wouldn't be talking about a cost of, you know, $1 million or $2 million to take care of it. You'd be talking about a new school. And we're going through the process of a new school right now where the state's paying 52% of that cost. You'd be talking about $70 to $100 million for a new school if your numbers are incorrect. I would like to see the discussions that take place when you reopen that with the Board of Selectmen and how much you're willing to pay for that. Thank you.
Sure. A couple of answers to the questions. For one, I can virtually guarantee you there will be no mob in a casino in Massachusetts. The Gaming Commission has spent millions of dollars hiring the right investigators, hiring the right state police, hiring the right law firms and the like. The attempts by the mob to get into this casino business were prolific in the 50s, 60s, probably up until the early 70s when companies started getting public. There is an occasional attempt, I think the last one was about 8 or 9 years ago, where an alleged mob associate tried to sell some laundry to a casino. He got caught 12 seconds after he made the pitch, was convicted of conspiracy. The manpower that's put into the clearance of vendors, employees, right on down to the person who is, you know, no disrespect intended, but the street sweeper out in the parking lot is massive. It doesn't occur anymore. It just doesn't occur, one. Two, I think that there was a misunderstanding of the discussion as to the week and a half's time. This report has been going on for several months. Conversations have been going on for several months. I think what was referred to is this last week and a half, there was some intense discussions that were held between the developer and the fire chief, where basically John said, in order to properly fight this fire, should it become a terrible fire, I need a new ladder truck. The developer said, wait a minute, your capital budget shows a new ladder truck being put into it. Even without a casino coming here, why am I paying for your new ladder truck? That's the week and a half's conversation that we've had. Similarly, that the two of them have had that we've been monitoring. Similarly, the Birch Street expansion or renovation of a portion of the Birch Street station is the same conversation. So that's what's been going on for the week and a half. They discussed this for months. It's that piece that's been going on for a week and a half, for which there is no agreement, and which says on the slide there is no agreement on that issue. That'll have to be continued to be discussed and to resolved somehow if this deal goes farther and if it gets to a host community agreement. So I think that's the week and a half issue. In terms of the 5%, two different methodologies were utilized. Steve's methodology was a reasonableness assumption based on the fact that the Foxwoods Casino is only an hour and 10 minutes away. Caroline's analysis was done on comparables, number one, at least two comparables where there was 5% out-of-state relocation, number one. Number two, I can comment because I represented the state of Michigan for a while, still do as a matter of fact, and did quite a few deals in Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana. When you're in a populated area like this, you know, where there's 2-3 million people around, the numbers that I've seen, Aurora, Illinois, the casinos in Detroit, as a matter of fact, which were first-time deals, and there weren't many around the Detroit area, unlike here, the numbers that we saw were 3 to 5% relocated from outside the region that were the experts. The interesting thing here is the experts are really probably going to come more likely than not from an hour and 10, 15 minutes away, one. Two, in this industry, most of the people do not relocate. They do travel a lot. They do move around a lot, as Tim said, and what they've grown tired of is relocating their family all the time. So, for instance, a very good friend of mine was the CEO of a company, been the CEO of 2 or 3 companies. His family has lived in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania forever. He works 5 days a week elsewhere. That's become much more prevalent. So I think that, one, we have statistical data that says 5% is a good number. Number two, I wouldn't be surprised if that number was a little high here because of the closeness of Foxwoods, but now I'm making assumptions as opposed to giving you empirical data. So I think people feel very comfortable with, you know, that number. Could it be 24? Could it be 16? Could it be 30? I suppose, but that's the order of magnitude. It's not 100 kids.
The comment I'll have is your comment on crime, and you know, the article I read to you was from 2012, and for you to say that that is not an issue when they actually address it in their state legislature actually approve the grant and so forth, to me, this is the type of discussion about when Mr. Butera says partnership. This is about a partnership between Foxwoods and the town of Milford. You know, I'm just speaking for myself personally as a resident.
I understand.
I don't feel that way. You don't make it that way. You make it seem like it's all one-sided, and that's why you get people up here. I know that. I know you're going to say it's not. I feel. You have to understand how I feel.
Sure.
How the residents feel. And I know everybody doesn't agree and has the same position as me, but it seems like it's one-sided. Everything we're hearing is one-sided.
My job and the consultant's job is to provide the data. It's not to kill the deal. We don't have a moral issue. We don't have a philosophical issue here. The state has said there's going to be casinos. Our job is to provide the data. We believe the data is independent. We believe the data is unvarnished. We believe that our job is to submit it to the town, submit it to the selectmen, and then if the town decides to go to the next step, to negotiate the very best possible deal for the town so the selectmen can determine whether they want to accept that hosted community agreement. My job isn't to kill a deal or to make a deal. It's give you the data, and I've got to say that oftentimes what happens is your passion to kill off the casino and not bring it, which I understand. I mean, you know, frankly, I don't have one 6 blocks away. The closest casino to me is about 3 miles away. Doesn't bother me. How would I feel if it was right next to my house? Probably not good. I'd probably have to go along with it just because of the industry I'm in, but probably not good. So I understand the passion. But, you know, part of what happens at this end is we provide facts, and we think they're good facts, and some of the people take those facts, contort them, don't listen to them, don't read the report except the way they want to read it. So we listen to some of you folks and say, how can they possibly come to that type of conclusion? Where does that come from? That's not supported by the facts. So I think part of it is that you folks that are against the casino are so passionate that I walk away with the feeling I could say anything, back it up with 100% of the facts, and you'd still say, I don't agree.
That's not true. But
Which
thank
you're
you
entitled to.
But thank you very much for letting me speak.
Sure. Tom Ross?
Oh, gosh, where do I start?
We'll start with a question.
I wish I could say that we should stop meeting this way, but here we are. This town, presently, what, 28,000? Do you know that? All of a sudden, we're going to be 47,000. How the hell does that happen? How can a town like this cope with a step function increase in population? The majority of them will not be Milford residents. The majority of them could really care less about the town of Milford. The majority of them have no vested interest in our well-being. That's what you're asking us to face. So just from the psychological side of it, my head's going to explode, but that's just me. The question that I really want to get to is any of that, the impact on the residents of Milford here right now been given any thought whatsoever beyond just the desire to cite this casino in Milford for whatever reasons? And just a question to our selectmen. What are you going to do with the money? Where are we going to spend $20 million? I got to tell you, Dino, you got my heart fluctuating here just with the thought of maybe we'll get a break in taxes. But I don't think that's going to happen because this whole thing's based on the fact that Foxwoods is going to keep 7 million people going through this facility year after year after year after year. That's not going to happen, and that fact's being proven right now down in Connecticut, where their revenues are declining. Casino revenues are declining throughout the country. And I call it saturation, call it that people don't have the extra money, but what we're doing is projecting out how good it's going to be when we actually have no idea how good it's going to be, and worse yet, we don't have any idea how bad it's going to be. All of this has to be taken into account. The folks, the engineering folks, the consultants and that, frankly, are doing a hell of a job. And you guys are earning your money, you really are. But there's this social impact side of it that we're going to end up living with in perpetuity. It's not being addressed. Somebody's got to really start thinking about that. Answer? Questions? Am I nuts, or is this for real?
The only thing I would tell you relative to the yearly income to the town would be that anything that we would agree to would be in writing, would be ironclad in writing. I'm sure the town would be looking for some kind of guarantee or security for those annual payments, and we would be responsible for those payments. So it wouldn't be a measure of how popular or how much revenue the casino brought in. Rather, it would be more of a flat figure.
You know, I was just going to comment, taking off kind of my consultant hat and putting on my hat of someone who has grown up around the industry since I was 7 years old. And I grew up in various gaming towns as they were developing. And I saw just what happened around me. And in every town you go into, there is people like yourselves who are concerned about, casinos have had such horrible reputations from back in the mob days, from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, that many people think the same thing's just going to happen today. There is zero mob in casinos today. Just want to first of all make that statement. And outside of the mob, in terms of what it does to a community, it really does improve the community. When you bring jobs in and when you bring additional money in, what will end up happening is the town will likely create more jobs, and that's going to have an economic spin-off effect. And just from what I've seen myself from growing up around it, casinos do bring positive economic impacts to communities. You look at Tunica, Mississippi, which was depressed before and is now a very positive community. You look at other areas around the country that weren't poverty-stricken before that had good communities like Milford, and they're better today. Gaming is a good industry which helps local populations and provides good jobs. And all I can tell you is, hopefully Foxwoods wins it, and 5 years from now, your fears, you'll look back and say, wow, you know what? They actually did what they say they're going to do, and it actually helped our community, and they're a good neighbor of ours.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that input. You really got to look at our situation, though. We're having this casino plan superimposed upon what we determined to be a suburban rural town. My 3 daughters graduated through this very room. When we were going through that process, no one ever considered that we were going to be part of a megatropolis of casino. You know, maybe not the Vegas Strip, maybe the comic strip, I don't know which. But the point is that the people that have been here 20, 30 years that have made an investment in the town itself, we're not ready for this. We'll never be ready for this. And I wish that, frankly, the Foxwoods people were here to hear that, because I don't think anybody's told them that outright.
Your message will get carried back, and you should know that we hear from people who differ from your opinion outside of this room and within your same community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Mitchell?
Good evening again. Let me just start by asking the general crowd, how many have actually read the reports that were cited tonight? Okay, crickets, one person. The reason I ask is that what was presented on the screen is not 100% consistent with what's in these reports. What I'd like to do is take a couple minutes and point them out. I'm getting some head nods here and some funny faces, so I'll clarify it. What I would like to do is just share a quick story, which is I was the first person to actually go into the storefront for Foxwoods and met Mr. Allen. We had a nice cordial couple of hour discussion, at which at the end of it he said, you seem like a straight shooter. I'm expecting that if you think I'm ever full of it, that you're going to call me on it. And tonight, Alan, I'm calling you on it. Okay. Frankly, Sid, you said that you had reviewed this report, that this was the one that had not been reviewed by anybody else. Right. On page 13, Steve, I think you were talking about the reduction from 6 to 3.5% unemployment rate, which is a natural unemployment rate. The report actually says that will be 36 people from Milford who will be employed. It's a math error. My personal feeling is you had an intern do this report and they multiplied it by the wrong number, so instead of the 500 or 600 people getting employed, you have 36. That's what's in the report. My point here again is these things are being pushed out so quickly, they're not being vetted, and you've got inaccurate data here. So if what you're saying is we're going to hire 600 people from the Milford area, I'd just like to have that in writing here. Okay. My personal feeling is this is a canned report. I think the executive summary is a standard executive summary with a conclusion that says the casino is wonderful, and then you just filled in the rest of the back details. You took it from Philadelphia, you took it from somewhere else, and you modified it for Milford and made it look pretty. All right? But I don't think that this is a thoughtful discussion of Milford proper. I think it's a report that is supposed to appease us.
Yeah. Can I address that?
Sure.
First of all, let me say two things. This is absolutely not a canned report. Every single sentence in this report was written new specifically for this engagement. And you are correct. And in fact, that one thing on page 13, that is it is inaccurate. And I've already emailed an updated version, so I caught that as well. That happens occasionally. It's not because it's thrown out so occasionally. It has to do with attaching a wrong report. Okay. But that being said, to call it canned is inaccurate, to say it was turned out too quickly is not a fair comment. And this was specific just to this project. And there is no format or no template in writing this report.
Okay. let me point to another, I guess, clarification that I would look for in this report that I'd be looking for you, Sid, to have given some feedback. The table that you put up front, and I think I'm going to be getting into the weeds here, where it's probably not best for this format, but you talk about full-time equivalents. Full-time equivalent is 2 part-time people working 20 hours a week for 40 hours. So if I've got 600, forgive me for the glasses here, 628 people who are hourly with cash tips, that's really double that number. That's 1,200 people working 20 hours a week, based on what I'm seeing in some of the details. And this is very much like the sewer and water discussions where it went back and forth, and frankly, I didn't understand whether the flow of water was 4 million or 12 million. I read this, and I don't know whether someone's making $3.26 or 63 cents an hour, or if they're making $7.50. The report says here that these people, 628, are making $18,000 a year. At 263, that's half-time, that's about $2,700 gross. Okay, $2,700 for 20 hours a week at that reduced rate. That's what 1,200 people are going to make out of this facility. On top of that, you show that they're going to be getting benefits. I don't know any company that pays health benefits or other benefits to part-time 20-hour-a-week workers. So the report is misleading. In general, will there be an increased hiring of local Milford residents? Absolutely, I get that. But this is another report. You say it wasn't pushed out. I'm saying I had 48 hours to read it, and nobody else in this audience has read it except save one. And no one else has vetted it.
I'm sorry.
No,
I was going to say, to your point, that's not accurate that 628 FTEs mean 1,200 employees. And going through our report and based on information from Foxwoods and other casinos that I've worked on, we absolutely took into consideration the percent of employees that are part-time and then the percent of employees that are full-time. So when in calculating the benefits were only calculated on top of those full-time employees, not on top of the part-time employees. We didn't use a ratio of 2 to 1, we used a ratio of 1.5 to 1, which basically means if you work on average of 20, I'm trying my math quickly, 25 hours a week, I think it is, that's how you get times 1.5 would get to a full-time equivalent.
What I'm going to tell
40.
you, and I'm going to tell the rest of this audience, is this is an extremely confusing report, and it doesn't say who's actually working here, how many hours they're working, or what their compensation is.
Thank you.
As I said, some things were not in this report that were up on the screen. The crime and the problem gambling that you put up on the screen is not in your report. I don't know why you're speaking to those two issues when you haven't written anything. I think my closing comment to that, and I can't say it as eloquently as the gentleman before me, but frankly, I don't know who's sleeping with whom up at these tables. The fact that you're discussing gaming and gambling and it's not in your report and it's coming from the other side of the table, I don't know who's working with whom. It seems like you're all in bed together to try to, as you said, Sid, not kill the deal.
Thank you.
This is not a court of law. This is not innocent until proven guilty. Frankly, I think the burden of proof is on you guys, the casino, to show that it's a good deal. And I think we should start with the project being killed, and you need to prove that it's actually viable.
Thank you. Peter Scandone's next. Peter, are you here? Thanks.
Yes, good evening. My head's awful, is also spinning after hearing 21 or fewer students with 3,300 employees and, like I said, my head's also spinning from hearing only 21 students or fewer with 3,300 employees, and problem gambling is going to go down because we're surrounded by casinos. I don't know, maybe I'll sleep better tonight hearing all this. But getting to my question, and I want to preface it with some statistics, and there's so many statistics explaining business failures when casinos come to town. In Atlantic City, for example, 1/3 of the city's retail business closed within 4 years after the casinos opened. Within 20 years, 2/3 of the city's independent restaurants had also closed. Out of 900 Minnesota restaurant owners, 38% had lost business due to the existence of casinos. The number of retail businesses in Gilpin County, Colorado, dropped from 31 before gambling to 11 within a couple of years after casinos arrived. Gilpin County is the home of the majority of the state's casinos. I could go on and on. Out of all my many visits to the 30 restaurants and salons that I visited, getting back to my presentation last Monday, every one of them, practically every one, was vehemently against the casino coming to Milford. I'm not sure what I read in the Milford Daily News today, but that is the case. This is a legitimate concern of our local businesses, especially Milford area restaurants, salons, and entertainment venues. So my question is, and I'd like to direct it to Milford's legal consultant, and Mr. Buckley also touched on it quite clearly. Is this impact being followed up, number one, and who will determine the mitigation measures in their cost to reimburse these people?
Sure. We've represented the state of Michigan in the city of Detroit. We've represented probably 6 of the 10 casinos in Illinois, and they are in towns that are somewhat similar to this. They're either suburban, somewhat bucolic, near a large metropolitan area, doing fine. Decided to do a casino because they were on the river, started out as a riverboat, turned into a full-fledged casino. The experience we've had in those places is that the restaurants and local businesses have not collapsed. In fact, what's happened is the casino, in order to comply with the $50 million promise that will be a promise that will be specified in the host community agreement, actively goes out and deals with the restaurants in the town, deals with the florists in the town, gallery owners, et cetera, and frankly helps improve their revenues a little bit rather than decreases them. In New Orleans, where we did some work, it was a big metropolitan town. Didn't see any impact there, but that's distinguishable because it was, a town of 1 million, X number of people in a metropolitan area that was even larger. So our experience has been unlike the Atlantic City initial experience. Atlantic City, when it first started out, was a disaster. The state got it dead wrong. They thought that by taxing these casinos and taking the money up to the state, somehow they were going to send it back down to Atlantic City. They never did. They made the casinos be enclosed. They couldn't have windows to the outside world. It contributed to that concept that once a customer goes into a joint, he never wants to get out. There's no clocks. He doesn't know whether it's night or day. That was regulated by the state and by the State Gaming Commission in Atlantic City. So they got it dead wrong for a long period of time. They're only now starting to realize in the last 5 or 10 years how to do it properly. And of course, the difficulty they're having is there's such a proliferation of gaming in Pennsylvania and other jurisdictions, New York and the like, that Atlantic City isn't going up. But I think most people believe without the casinos, it would have been bankrupt like Detroit has become. So our experience has been it doesn't have that negative impact. And one of the big reasons is because of the contractual provision that says you must hire you must spend at least $50 million in Milford. And that'll be a clear-cut contractual provision. That will not be a best efforts.
So I'm also familiar with some of these areas that you mentioned, and like I said, there are so many other areas that have suffered, where the small businesses have suffered. But specifically, how do you go about identifying these businesses and come up with money to reimburse them? How is this going to be determined? What measures? I mean, how is this going to come about?
You can do any of a number of things. You can set up a mitigation fund that is earmarked for that. You can set up a community fund that helps local communities, local community businesses. It's a matter of what the town would like to negotiate. A casino doesn't fix all the anticipated problems it can have. You can't do that, whether it's a blighted area or whether it's a fine town like this. It's a business. It makes X number of dollars a year. It makes more money than, you know, a typical widget factory, so you can extract more from it. But what will happen during the negotiations is there'll be a pot of money that will be made available, X number of dollars. As you can see, we're negotiating a deal that if it gets to a negotiation, real estate taxes are going to be, the gross is the net there, as it were. It's just going to be handed to the town, and they're not getting any services for it other than these 20 kids that go to school, for which they're paying the town's portion. So that's pure profit money. Whether the town uses it for reducing taxes, for a mitigation fund, whether the town demands a separate mitigation fund, for instance, for, you know, loss of home value or something of that sort, it'll be negotiated as part of the process. It's very difficult also to figure out, did a business go down because it was not well run, or there wasn't a market for it, or did the casino somehow put it under? The only business that I can think of that has a very direct impact is hotels, and that's why they're only putting up 350 rooms rather than, you know, 1,000, 2,000 rooms, so that the local hotels don't get hit, and restaurants. And because of the commitment for the $50 million, we don't think the restaurants are going to be impacted negatively. In fact, we think it's going to go up, because typically in a resort of this sort, the employees don't want to eat in their own joint. So the slightly higher level employees that can afford to go out to lunch or dinner, they typically eat in the local restaurants. So it typically drives them up rather than down. But, you know, it's a matter of negotiation. We'll have to figure out what's most important to everybody.
One of the things I could add, the head of the Chamber of Commerce is here tonight from the around the Foxwoods area, and he was explaining to me that since the time the casino's opened, there has been more restaurants and more businesses opened up around the casino area, and still thriving today since they opened.
That may be a hard sell to the local businesses here, especially with the traffic situation we have, and with all
there
the
weren't a lot
types,
of businesses
and with all the
around
different
that.
types of restaurants that your business will have on their property that is meant to contain the people within it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Flanagan. Jim, we keep responding to your emails. Do you have more questions?
Thank you. I didn't until tonight's talk. You did make a comment earlier that, I'm sorry, is that better?
Yep.
Okay. You did make a comment earlier tonight that some facts could be put forward and there'll be some people that wouldn't believe them no matter what they were. And I believe that's true. That's not myself, however. I'm a scientist and a businessman. But I want to tell you the problem that you do have. You have a real credibility problem. The way you present the data is very manipulated or totally incorrect. Is it Mr. Galway, Steve?
Galloway, yeah.
Galloway, I'm sorry. I know you presented yourself as being local, coming from a local area, but when you do that map about 10-minute driving times, 20-minute driving times, I live a few hundred yards from the proposed site. It took me 25 minutes to get here tonight. I mean, that's just nonsense. Your facts are not correct. I'm sorry, they're just not there. If you're staying in a hotel here, you just drive the area, you can see how long it takes. And that's the type of credibility problem you have. When you were talking about DUIs, you were very careful to use state data. You didn't use DUIs in the towns surrounding the new casinos. You're manipulating the data in a way that is misrepresenting it. Now, the states have more impact on DUI statewide in terms of the total social element. But what's happening around there? The information around Foxwoods in Connecticut is people have said that their mailboxes are getting hit, their stone walls are being driven into, and I'm sure you know about this. So if you use the state data from Massachusetts or New York or wherever, it's not going to be specific. I live a few hundred yards from where this is proposed, and it's going to impact me very directly. I don't live in Chicago, and I don't live in Denver. And you're right, that's why we have passion about this. And it's justified because you're not being honest with the real local people at ground zero that are going to be hit by this. So when we put up the slide about crime on there, and it's in the report, one of the mitigations is to start local neighborhood crime watch. I don't want to have to start a local crime watch in my neighborhood. How's that working in Sanford, Florida? I don't want that. That's not helping me. What you're doing is you're giving me a punch in the face and then saying, here's an aspirin, make it feel better. And that's why we're so impassioned about this. So my point is that you're talking about 7 million visitors on an annual basis coming within a few hundred yards of my house. And you're not really representing the local community. You're using data that's not really applicable and is surely incorrect. And anybody who drives these roads will tell you that your data is incorrect about how long it takes to get places. What you need is to drive them and see. The one other point is about mitigation. The mitigation you've talked about for the crime, and the police, Deputy Police Chief was very careful in his wording here. He said there will be an increase in what he called service calls. And the most heavily impacted area will be in the close-by neighborhoods. That's in the report. It's in lots of reports that are referenced in the crime data. It's going to be my neighborhood that's going to be impacted. In the mitigation, by paying the police to come more frequently to my street isn't helping me. I don't want more sirens and more police in the street. I don't want more crime, even though someone paid to have the police come and clean it up. So what are you going to do about that? Thank you.
You know what? I do just want to respond that I understand that you are concerned about a casino coming online. Our goal here is to provide you with accurate data. To attack my character and say that I'm trying to fabricate things and I'm making things just to justify my case, I don't have a case.
I'm sorry, I didn't say you made things up. I said you were careful to use the data. Use state data, not the town data about DUIs, which is manipulative.
It's
I
not
didn't attack your
manipulative.
character, and I said your data was incorrect about the drive times. All you have to do is drive the streets here.
There was not data that I viewed and chose not to use because it did not support a specific case. I went out, I gathered data, and that's what I used. The drive times, I went to Microsoft Map Point, ran drive time rings. Is it worse during peak periods? Absolutely it is, as it is with any jurisdiction during rush hour. I didn't run rush hour time zones. You know, our goal is to provide accurate data, get necessary research, and provide a sound analysis. If I skewed my data for my client, then I wouldn't get hired by clients who are often on the other side, and I do. I get hired by both sides because they know that my research is independent and I don't particularly have an opinion or a feeling. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry
Thanks,
to
Jim.
feel that your character has been imputed, but the data is not correct.
Understood. Fred Drake, please. Okay. John Walker.
Hi, my name's John Walker. I live on 9 Bodie Circle. I'd just like to back up the comments that were just made about being a passionate resident. As a resident and I'm a fairly new resident, I've only been in Milford for 15 years, I don't dismiss your presentations in any way. I am an engineer. I've been trained since basically childhood to look at data, analyze it, see if the math is correct, et cetera, if assumptions make sense. So I want to back up the people in Milford who are passionate about where they live and yet will review facts for their basically truthfulness. One thing, I need to bring this up that refers to the water. One of the comments has been made that since, I forgot what it was, 8 or 9 years of Foxwoods, Connecticut being in existence, there has never been a major fire incident. Therefore, we should assume there will never be a major fire incident at Foxwoods Milford. I think that is a dangerous and actually foolish assumption. Over that same time period, I believe in the United States, we have not had a major airplane accident. But look what happened just a few weeks ago in San Francisco. So I believe that we should include that water demand for a major fire. That just makes common and engineering design sense. Let's see what else. Again,
would you like to have the fire chief comment on that?
I meant that as a comment and as an engineering concept and approach. And we cannot, no matter how good of a job we do as engineers, we cannot engineer out human error. It's impossible.
I'd just like to answer that. The building that you're going to have constructed there is going to be a state-of-the-art building, fire-resistant construction, completely sprinklered, fully detection alarms, and in addition, at a casino occupancy, the police chief and I actually took a road trip down to Foxwoods, Connecticut, and looked at their facility. They have security cameras throughout their facilities monitoring just about every single space within that facility 24 hours a day. The likelihood of a fire originating there without being detected very, very early in its stages is basically non-existent. The International Building Code requires a 6,000 gallon per minute fire flow and allows that number to be reduced by 75% with the approval of the fire department when the building is completely sprinklered. In my 34 years experience in the fire service, we haven't had a significant fire that would require that much fire flow in a sprinklered building in this community. We've had fires that have exceeded that fire flow, typically in old New England mill construction building, large wood frame construction. Those are the buildings that cause us the most problems with fire flow. That's your downtown Milford existing structures in that type of building. But a facility of this type built to today's building codes and fire protection standards would not demand 6,000 gallons per minute.
Okay, just as a comment, again, as a trained engineer, you cannot base decisions on past history because something always happens. There are
He didn't say
accidents
that.
you cannot
He didn't
prepare
say that,
for.
Jim.
I'm sorry?
He didn't say that, Jim. He didn't say that there wasn't
John.
going to be a fire.
Well, he said in his 34 years experience, he's never had an incident like that. All it takes is 35, 36 years for something to happen.
You have a second question, Jim?
The question basically is, from an engineering standpoint, does it make sense to say a major fire will not occur at Foxwoods, Milford?
Understood.
Okay. Moving on, again, getting to the FTE question about full-time equivalents. How many people total will be considered part-time and not have benefits?
If you can give me 1 minute to answer that question, I can turn my computer on and open the model, and I can give you that specific answer what the assumptions were. I don't have the number right here, but I can turn my computer on and tell you what that answer is.
Great. Good.
Can I get back to you on that?
We'll give you the answer the minute he's finished. Thank you, John. We're going to try to move it along. 3 minutes is sort of the limit. You've been up here for 9 or 10, so if you don't mind, if we have enough time, we'll come back to you. But I'd like to give the rest of the people that have signed up an opportunity to answer their questions.
Okay, thank you. I definitely would like to come back. Thank
Great, and we'll get you this answer in a minute or two. Laura Skiroko, and I'm sorry if I butchered it.
Hi, my name is Laura. It's Scirocco, and I have spoken at the Suffolk University forum, which I thought was great and informative. But I'm still coming back to the same question about social impact and and the quality of life for the outdoors people. And as you know, Foxwoods parcel the 167 acres, abuts a lot of conservation land and privately owned land by the New England Mountain Bike Association, and the Holliston Conservation land is there. And starting from Hopkinton, there's College Rock, and everywhere in between. There's equestrian farms, rock climbing, where people hunt, people hike. And my concern is about the impact of our outdoor life, the limitation of our green space we're losing. Right now, we can see clear to Foxborough. We can see the state forest down there that I also ride. And I'm very concerned about the effect on the, just the horizon and what people are going to be seeing, light pollution. This 24-hour business, people are going to be coming 24/7. And I think Milford, I mean, as you know, we're a part of the Golden Triangle, and we've done well here because of the industry we're here. We have Boston, Worcester, Providence, we're dead center. So we've done well, and I think as a town, we've welcomed a lot of businesses, and we do employ a lot of people, and people come here to work. So I'm very pro-job. I'm just wondering if a $1 billion casino, a $1 billion entity is right for this area.
Sure. I can't answer the $1 billion question. I'll let Bob deal with that. But as to the land that is privately owned is, fairly large. That land is currently zoned for commercial development. So I think that, one of the things you have to keep in mind is the land that is private and zoned for commercial development will eventually get developed. It's not going to stay as woods forever because things move on and people do develop that property. With reference to this casino, the commitment they've made to date has been that they're only using 20% of that site and that they're going to do something to keep the rest of the property open, whether it's in a conservancy or whether they're going to give it to the town or whatever is going to be negotiated. But it'll probably use up less of the site than the site currently could be developed into. And of course, the conservancy land, the land that is already not for profit or been deeded to the state, won't be touched. So just point of reference.
I just want to, as for the $1 billion question, I will certainly leave that to the voters to decide. What we're trying to do is provide you with all the information so you can make an informed decision. I want to reiterate a little bit. One of the important parts of the host community agreement is, and you've heard this at the Chairman Crosby standing up there, and this is your chance, local communities. And we are proposing a 20% of the land only being built upon, and I think that gives the town an opportunity to look at the remaining land and have a conversation with us, whether it be a portion of it or some bit of it that what would the town like to see? Is it more outdoor space? Is it more walking paths? That's included in some of our proposal there. So certainly there is a portion of that land that we can look at and have a discussion about.
Okay, great. That was one of my questions. If there would be something in the the host town agreement to keep the green space. That's great. And then also on the outdoor piece, people have worked very hard, grassroots, just like the mountain bike community. The Upper Charles Trail, and I can't really speak for them specifically, but in general, I love that trail too. It's a natural habitat. They're always making improvements, and as you know, going with making those improvements, it's a challenge. Every mile is a negotiation. We go. It's all volunteer. We go and we clean the trail, and we. Obviously, it's a collaboration of the town, state. And my concern, again, is the safety of people crossing, in places like Dilla Street, the new parking lot there on 85, over by Friendly's. Like you think, yeah, it's great, I'll take my kid mountain biking, on the trails, walking, go for an ice cream at Friendly's. But the way I see that 109, I wouldn't want to cross that. So I'm just wondering if something is going to be addressed in the host agreement about that as well.
Yes, is the short answer to the question. We've been talking about it. We're not at the stage of starting those negotiations. We've talked a lot about the things that should go into the host community agreement with the developer, not because the selectmen told us to, but just because those are the things that we would expect any town would want to see. We've made it clear that the bike trails, the open areas there are very important to the residents. They've acknowledged that. That's as far as the conversation has gone, other than we'll have to deal with it in the host community agreement.
Okay, great.
Sure.
If
Thank
I
you.
could just add to that, one of the things, I brought this up Monday night, but I think it's worth reiterating. One of the things that I think you all can be proud of, and particularly for your Board of Selectmen, is that we have provided, I believe, more information to the citizenry of Milford than any other applicant, certainly within our region. And I'll tell you why. The Phase 2 part of this application process, really all this documentation, everything we're providing to you now needs to be in this document, needs to get approved by the state before we ever get an opportunity to issue a license. A lot of the other communities looked at money first. Started with the host agreement, started with money. You all, rightfully so, and I served as chairman of my Board of Selectmen for 9 years, or served on the board for 9 years, and we've had economic opportunities come in, and you have to figure out what's best for your community. And the right process is to talk about the facts up front and talk about the money after the fact, because I think the citizens of Milford have to decide whether this is right or not. And our goal here, and I understand people have concerns about the numbers, and there's always concerns about numbers, but what we've been trying to do is provide you with data. One thing that you can be assured about is that there is such a long process after this just to get, leaving aside the approvals we need from the town, the state needs to clearly vet our Phase 2 process, look at everything that we provided to you, challenge our assumptions there. Then there's an entire permitting process with DEP and state agencies, et cetera. So all these assumptions, if you have trouble with, and some of the issues I would say were relatively minor changes to the number, but all these assumptions will be challenged on higher levels also. So it's unusual in this application process that we've been going through, at least it's unusual here in Massachusetts, to do all this work up front, and I give the Board of Selectmen a lot of credit in Sid's office for challenging us to do this stuff all up front, so at least you can make an informed decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, would you please?
Going back to, I think it was John who was asking the question about labor. Of the total 3,181 FTEs, that's broken down to 434 salaried staff, approximately 2,300 hourly employees who receive benefits, and then approximately 620 employees that would be part-time that would not receive benefits. Our report, where it quantifies labor burden, which would include benefits, does not have any for part-time employees. It only considered full-time employees that are salaried or hourly. And by the way, on my document, there's a breakdown of the part-time employees on page 9.
Thank you. Kyle Connors?
How you doing tonight? First of all, I'm a union laborer, and I'd like to dismiss the fact that we have been getting paid to come here. That's foolishness. So, and second of all, I have to do with the programs that my question has to do with the programs you'd be introducing in the school system, and if you could give us some more insight as to what those programs will entail.
Are you talking about some of the training programs that they're going to put out and, to hire employees at some of the higher education institutions around town?
The
region,
programs
right?
that you guys had talked about putting in the high schools, I believe it was Scott. I think he left tonight.
Well, it's more of, we've been working closely with some of the community colleges, and Massachusetts in general has been looking at community colleges. Obviously, if you're going to start having casinos, you need to make sure our institutions are training them. We've reached out and hope to be on the forefront of working with these local colleges and community colleges in particular to try to implement programs there to help train people of Massachusetts that might otherwise not be trained in this industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Valencia?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Maria Valencia. I live at 7 Bale Road, and I also live in this town for 41 years. What I'm going to say is not a question to the folks of Foxwood. It is for everybody in here and people in this town. I would like to ask those who are afraid of children whose first language is not English, what are you afraid of? I bet that many of your parents and grandparents didn't speak English when they came to this town. And I repeated, why you are afraid of. Can you remember how your parents and grandparents lived when they arrived in this town? I hope so. I hope you all remember, because I do. And also, I would like to suggest Selectman Buckley that he should represent the people in Milford. And I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. We all should thank you, Foxwoods, to come to Milford and build such a beautiful resort in helping our town with revenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Smith?
My name is Kim Smith. I live on 5 Ferguson Street. Okay. No one's addressed the economical impact on property values. I appreciate that Selectman Buckley.
That'll be done next week. There will be 2 reports, one by the developer, one by a completely independent study that will deal with property values. In addition, Selectman Murray has told us to particularly pay attention to that area, you know, where, right around the casino Zane Circle and the like, and to start mentioning to the developer that if it gets that far, they should start thinking about a mitigation fund. So if there's a reduction in the value of those homes in the more surrounding area, not the stuff that's 2-3 miles away, but in the immediate area, setting up a fund of a specified dollar amount that somehow would
I have heard him talk about that. If you could just
Good.
let me finish asking the question.
Good. So the reports will be issued next week, and the next week's session.
Are you
is on
saying I
that.
can't ask the question now?
Oh, you can. It's just I'm telling you that we're going to provide the information next week, but go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Because I see it as an economic impact, so I'd like to bring it up now. So I appreciate that Selectman Murray is working on trying to get money to go to residents that live right on Route 16, that area. But what about the other Milford residents that live east of 495 that are not in that area? There's a very large group of us that live within a half a mile. We're right off 109, but it's a large group that I believe, will be impacted by this. I know that there were some studies that Foxwood proposed, said that property values are not going to be impacted by a casino. But the real estate information quoted are based on towns that are not comparable to Milford. They cite Albuquerque and Milwaukee that are both large cities. Milford is not a large city. They cite Lawrenceburg and Wheeling, which are lower economic status than Milford. Bettendorf, which is a commercial district, not in the middle of a suburb. So my question, well, part of my concern is there's no real comparable property values research out there. I believe the property values are going to go down, and I hear many people talk about moving away from Milford if the casino comes here. And I also hear others say that they won't buy here unless they know the casino won't be built. You know, and Foxwoods only just has so much money to go around. There's a certain amount of money, and our town has to decide where that's going to go. But what will be done to help those of us who are going to lose property values in that other section of East Milford?
I can I do think that your question is better served to be answered next week, and perhaps we can make sure she's first on the questions next week so she doesn't have to sit through it. But one thing that I can tell you as being involved in reviewing some of the studies for next week is the assessor for the town provided us with documentation since January 1st of 2013. 13 homes in the immediate vicinity have sold, immediate vicinity of the casino, for a price 10 to 20% over the assessed value. So there hasn't been that shock value, or it hasn't hit the town yet.
Okay.
Can you clarify that for me, sir? I wasn't quite getting what you were saying.
It's just a small statistical sampling. There were 13 homes that were sold
In
in the
Milford?
immediate area of Milford, in the immediate area of the casino, and they were sold at prices in excess of their assessed value. It would appear at a 10 to 20% in excess of how they were valued previously. You know, what Bob's doing is he's saying it's just a little snapshot. It tells you that people that know the casino is coming have still bought homes at an increased value, but that's just 13.
The stigma
so,
hasn't hit.
You know.
I don't agree with that, because those homes started, going through the process of purchase, months before. It hasn't gotten hot and heavy. It's the fact that the casino is likely to go here. Everyone I talked to
Sure.
back in February or that period of time said, "Oh, it'll never come here," and so people were going based on that. So I don't think that's a very good indicator.
Okay,
So
that's
it
fair.
would be better if you had,
We'll provide
more
you documentation next week.
yeah, documentation that actually is comparable to a suburban town. We've
Sure.
looked, we haven't been able to find any that's comparable to a suburban town. So if you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Will do. Joe Hyder? Sure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joe Hyder. I live on 7 Eames Street, about 2 miles. What was articulated before was called Ground Zero. Of my 60 years, the good Lord has given me life. I've lived in this community for 40, maybe 45 of them. I'm here to speak from Milford and Milford's essence and what Milford's all about. An old quarry town. Draper and Hopedale, an old mill. What we have right now is a small, quiet, nice community. A lot of people know each other. Dino, Dad says hi. Everybody kind of knows everybody. It's Mayberry built up a little bigger. But we need a little boost. We need a little help. The question I had that I was going to answer, because all my other questions were answered, who and what is going to help Milford revitalize, especially downtown? That is my major concern. I remember my mom taking me up and down Main Street. Stop and Shop was there, Woolworths. A lot of small businesses. They've kind of gone away. They've gone south on us a bit, and that's disconcerting. Some folks said, yeah, we do a lot of business, a lot of people live here. But who shops here? Who shops in our shops? Who goes to our restaurants? The downtown needs a revitalization, and Milford needs a revitalization. We have Johnny Jack's. We have some ethnic churches, houses of God. I have no problem with that. We have a few banks. Other than that, everybody, yeah, I live at, I'm sorry, sir? Please, sir, I'm speaking. I didn't interrupt you when you spoke. I did ask the question, ma'am. What's happening to downtown Milford, and why isn't it being revitalized? I'll get to the cook it all, then you can have your time at this microphone, ma'am. Okay? No. Thank you. Thank you for your apology, ma'am. I'm going to leave it like this. Milford needs a waking up. And how will Foxwoods help wake up our town? I'm going to leave you with one salient point. We've been to Foxwoods a dozen times in our lives. What I would like to see at that casino, there's a wonderful Indian museum there. I'd like to see a museum about Milford in there, too. That's all I have to say. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Irene, you going to speak? Jeff Howard. Oh, Irene is there. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I don't have a card. My name was not listed because there was no one there to take it. So I hope you'll let me talk.
Sure.
I'm not a good talker, but I have a few things I need to say. And one of them is that I put my full trust in the fire department, my full trust in the police department. I've raised my children to respect both of them. I've also learned that we need to respect our selectmen. And I am trying to put my trust in the selectmen. But I find it difficult when, well, first I thought we were going to have real studies made, that we hired this incredible lawyer by the town, this whole firm, that's going to do studies for us. So again, put your trust in the selectmen and the lawyer who scouted them out. And yet, all I have been hearing is how wonderful and all the positive things about Foxwoods. I don't understand. When you do a study, don't you look at both sides? Are you to tell me that everything that you told us that we have to believe is positive? There's got to be negative in there. There has to be. When you give me all these numbers, and I can't even begin to remember them all. I'm going to write them down. But when you say crime goes down, where are you getting all your research? I get research from Connecticut, where Foxwoods is. Why aren't you giving us the research from there? We know before the casino started in Connecticut, there was one facility for gamblers and drug dealers. Now there's 17 in the state. Why don't you come back with that? I have numbers coming from Connecticut, where the casino is, that shows the crime rate has gone up every single year. I'm sorry I don't have that with me, but I've talked to people, have called people in Connecticut and said, hey, you know, they're letting people go. They're on part-time now. They're not even going to have insurance. Why aren't we getting information from Connecticut? I know people who live there that left and said their house now is filled with drug addicts. They're selling all kinds of drugs there. It's affecting the people around them. How come you're not telling us that when we get it right from Connecticut? That's my question. Why aren't you giving us information from Connecticut, where Foxwood is?
I don't think there's been one study produced that hasn't factored in the facilities that already exist.
In Foxwoods, I have not heard you say that. Maybe once. But what about all the other numbers
You hear the
keep
MGM
throwing?
facility mentioned all the time, which is a much better comparison to what would go here.
I want information from the people in Connecticut that live through what you're asking us to live through. So the next time you come, give us information from Connecticut and the people who live around Foxwoods and the people that have been devastated because we have been talking to them. Why isn't that brought up? So these studies that you supposedly do, you only bring positive stuff. Where is the negative stuff? There has to be negative stuff. You are trying to romance us without giving us actual facts from Foxwoods, and that's where I want you to come from.
We actually
Yes,
don't.
ma'am.
we actually don't picture all the things as being positive. Everything that we talk about has a mitigation cost to it that is very substantial, that we take very seriously. So, I mean,
But you
I
have
guess
millions of
positive is in
dollars.
the
You
eye of
have
the beholder.
billions of dollars to work with. We only have our phones, our mouths to talk to these people, emails and text. They give us the information. We don't have billions of dollars to get it. You do. So for you, it's easy. You will say and do, I believe, you will say and do whatever you have to do to get our selectmen to go along with this agreement.
Thank you.
And until you give me some information from Foxborough in Connecticut, I can't buy any of it.
Got it. Thank you. Jeff Howard, please. I think we've got two more after Mr. Howard.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know it's late, and that was an excellent segue. One of the things that was interesting, and Mr. Galloway, is it? Yep. You know, the statistics you presented on crime and talked about crime not increasing in comparable environments, including Foxwoods in Connecticut. I believe you indicated that was based upon sort of the relative population, not an absolute number of crimes. Is that true? Did I understand that correctly?
If you're referring to specific statistics, I think you're talking about the Innovation Group report. Would that be correct?
No, actually, it was in your presentation just as I was entering. But there was another comment that I think was made by the deputy chief.
The comment I did make about specifically to crime is that what does tend to go up is the actual number of crimes taking place on the property of the casino. Such things can include purse snatchings and items like that. Is that what you're referring to?
No, that wasn't the exact point, but I'll go on just in the interest of time. And I believe the deputy police chief also indicated there's an expectation of an increased number of service calls. And to the last participant who just stepped out, the truth of the matter is that when Foxwoods went live in Connecticut, the crime rate in the borough of Stonington, where my in-laws lived for about 3 years and 5 years, 3 years before and 5 years after that casino went in, the crime rate, the local crime rate, car break-ins, home break-ins increased exponentially. And if you want to question that, I've got a random sample of 23 people out of 24 people that I spoke to who had direct exposure to that increase in crime directly as a result of Foxwoods going in place. So to represent that there is no proportional increase in crimes when we're talking about an increase of 71% in daily visitation relative to the population of the town, I believe is disingenuous. I would ask that the selectmen and the consultants require that the developer start providing data in actual absolute numbers instead of relative to some ambiguous transient changes in the population.
Got it. Will do. Thank you.
If I have one more.
Yes.
Oh, you have one more question?
Just
go
one
ahead.
more.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
The other thing that I have is what examples have been researched and what data has come from those of casinos that have been built within 600 to 1,200 feet of major residential populations?
What research are you looking for?
I'm looking for impact on societal and economic impact. We've talked about it. People have stated data from a lot of casinos, and I'm just wondering if any of those casinos are in the same kind of geographic proximity to a major residential area such as we're talking about here.
I know for a case that 2 of them are, because I know those 2, but I don't know the rest. We'll try to get you that information.
Okay. It would certainly be good to understand, again, that we're talking about apples-to-apples comparisons with the East Milford situation.
Understood.
Thank you.
Bob, you wanted?
I just want to say something. My name is Bruce McDonald. I'm the Director of Communications at the Chamber of Commerce of Eastern Connecticut. And I came here tonight because Foxwoods is indeed a member of the Chamber and an active member, and we certainly appreciate that. But I also, and I can speak to some extent on the effect on small businesses and restaurants and hotels, and I think generally speaking, it has been positive in our entire region. But I also live in the town of Stonington, and with all due respect to that gentleman, the crime, to my knowledge, has not increased. And it certainly hasn't increased due to Foxwoods. Stonington, the Stonington Borough in particular, is probably 15, 20 miles or so from Foxwoods. And Stonington, like virtually every other community in Connecticut and Massachusetts, indeed the world, has a police department and has a percentage of people who do things that they should not do. But I think that to say crime in Stonington, my hometown, increased because of Foxwoods is not consistent with the facts. As I know them, and I do know them.
Thank you. Two more folks. Salazar, Roque? Sorry.
That's correct. My name is Salazar Roque. I live in Milford at South Central Street. I had something written, a question written, but I'm just going to freely talk. I am for the casino, and I confess I'm not an expert. I don't know much about it, but what attracts me is the jobs they will bring to town and probably the economy. And I know that there are a lot of people that have different opinions than mine, and I think this is good too, because we all, there is always, it's always good to have opposition so that we can check things, and get things right. So, and that's why this country is so great, because we discuss everything. And based on this, I have only one simple question to the casino people. Did all these discussions help in you adapting or adjusting your plans on how you're going to develop the casino, how you're going to build the casino, and so on?
Every time that we have one of these meetings, every time we have a consultant report come back, it obviously affects, because there's challenges by Sid's office, by the consultants on the other side. They challenge our assumptions, and any changes in these assumptions lead to changes in the proposal, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe our last questioner is Jennifer Parsons.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Like others here, I am concerned. I'm very concerned as a parent of 2 school-age children in Milford, and I am concerned when we are talking about numbers. In my estimation, every time we speak of a number, we are speaking about a child. In the state of Massachusetts, when we look to build a new school building, we are asked to look at that building 50 years out from the present day. When I look at this 50 years out, I look at my own 2 children and I wonder what they will have gone through and how each and every one of these children that are going to enter our community and enter our classrooms are going to impact the education that they are receiving in Milford. This is their foundation, and I am concerned. I do find the number of 20 new students with 3,000 plus jobs coming in implausible. I do not think that is an accurate number. I work in a public school, not in the town of Milford, but I sit in an office and I see every day the kinds of kids that are coming into our school. They're not kids coming from 2-parent homes, these 111 executive jobs that you're talking about. These are kids who have parents that live in 2 different homes, and these parents have to make the choice. Will my child go to school in Woonsocket, or will my child go to school in Milford, where the other parent has now come to take a job in a casino? We have parents who are living with extended family. They can't afford homes on their own. They come and they live with relatives, and they join our schools. Whether they speak English, whether they don't speak English, it's numbers of kids. And when we look in classrooms and we look at adding each and every child, and I would say our class sizes in Milford are reasonable, I think they could be better. Every single child that comes into a classroom impacts the ability of a teacher to do his or her job to the best of their ability. Education right now is high stakes. We have incredible standards for our children. We put incredible pressure on our teachers. And I have not heard the data of how long people stay at Foxwoods, but it's my guess that the 3,000 jobs that are made up of part-time and some with benefits and some without, these are people who work in the service industry. I've worked in the service industry. Many times these people are transient. They take these jobs for a period of time and they move on. Every time a child moves into or out of a classroom, it's time. It's time taken away from every child to help a departing child and to welcome an incoming child. This is time that's taken away from our children. When we talk about property values, I've heard people say in the past that the number one thing that sells your house is your schools. I don't think we can afford in our town to have this added burden on our schools and to take this burden on as a town when things are going as well as I think we could hope in a town that is suburban and has this AA rating that I keep hearing about. We are not a town in need any more so than any other town in Massachusetts right now. I have to say that my question, and I know that wasn't a question, I still have questions about what's going to happen if a host community agreement is drafted. And I understand from the Monday night meeting that we're looking at doing that by the end of August. And I am concerned with the